Recording in progress.
The Excellency of Rector of Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, Dr. Insinyur Edward Wolok, MT, Director of Postgraduate Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, Profesor Dr. Asna Aneta, MSI, the Head of Perkumpulan Program Studi Dokter Pendidikan, Profesor Dr. Wachidi, MPD, the Head of Educational Study Program, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, Profesor Dr. Novianti Jafri, MPDI. All students of Doctor of Education Study Program, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo. And we also like to recognize and welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Kali Charan Rat from JIT University, India, Dr. Muhammad Hilmu Bai Haki Yusuf from University Islam Sultan Idris, Sultan Sharif Ali, Brunei Darussalam. Dr. Alexis Aribazai Enrique from Abra State Institute of Science and Technology, Philippines. Dr. Mohab Abraham Masuf from Zawiya University, Libya. Theodore Chow, PhD, from Ohio State University, USA. Dr. Muhammad Kristiawan, MPD, from Bengkulu University, Indonesia. Profesor Dr. Hamzah B. Uno, MPD, from Gorontalo State University, Indonesia. Profesor Dr. Novianti Jafri, MPDI, from Gorontalo State University, Indonesia. And Ari Anang Setia, MPD, from Gorontalo State University, Indonesia. The Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Seminar of Doctor of Education Study Program, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, collaborated to the Association for Doctor of Education Study Program. The themes of this international seminar is digital literacy in formal online education. The Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let us thank God, the Almighty, who has given His grace and guidance so that the event can be held in this morning. I want to inform you that this event is held using Zoom, and during this event, please turn off your microphone. The Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, this international seminar will be divided into 3 sections, and after that, we will have a parallel section. The first agenda is to sing National Anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
untuk Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanah negerimu yang cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Indonesia tanah yang mulia,
Setelah aku berdiri untuk selama-lamanya, Indonesia tanah pusaka, jadi kita semuanya. Marilah kita mendoakan Indonesia bahagia. Suburlah tanahnya, suburlah jiwanya, bangsanya, rakyatnya semuanya.
Sadarlah hatinya, sadarlah buktinya untuk Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku negerimu yang cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya.
Indonesia tanah yang suci, tanah kita yang sakti. Di sanalah aku berdiri, jaga ibu sejati.
Indonesia tanah berseri, tanah yang aku sayangi. Marilah kita berjanji, Indonesia abadi.
Selamatlah rakyatnya, selamatlah kotanya, tulangnya, lautnya, semuanya. Majulah negerinya, majulah bangganya, untuk Indonesia Raya.
Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku negerimu yang tercinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku negerimu yang tercinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya.
Moving to the next agenda is praying, and I invite Bapak Ari Anang Setio. Please, time is yours.
Thank you very much, everyone. Before we start the international program, mari kita sama-sama berdoa menurut agama dan kerjaan kita masing-masing. Perkenankan doa yang akan saya bawakan menurut agama Islam. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Allahumma ya Allah, di pagi hari ini kami seraya berkumpul bermunajat kepadamu dan memohon kehadiratmu. Kiranya agenda yang kami niatkan dan yang akan kami selenggarakan pada pagi hari ini bisa berjalan sebagaimana mestinya atas kehendakmu dan atas berkat rahmatmu. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, jadikanlah kegiatan ini kegiatan yang bermanfaat, baik bagi kami, bagi masyarakat insan pendidikan, bagi para pendidik, bagi para pelajar, dan semua insan pendidikan yang ada di dunia ini. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, kiranya Engkau menganugerahi segala kebaikan sehingga dalam pelaksanaan ini tiada kesalahan dan juga tiada problem yang berarti. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Thank you. As our warmest greetings, we will present the dance performance to show you the beauty of Gorontalo, entitled Traditional Culture of Indonesia, Gorontalo. Please enjoy. Thank you. Well, moving right along, I kindly invite Professor Asna Aneta, MSI, the Director of Postgraduate Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, to give a welcoming speech. But unfortunately, Ibu Asna is not in the Zoom at the moment, so we will wait for her, maybe about 5 minutes before we hear her speech.
Industri keempat, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo berkomitmen sebagai universitas tertua di Gorontalo. Universitas Negeri Gorontalo atau UNG telah mendedikasikan diri selama 58 tahun sejak berdiri tahun 1963. Dengan letak geografis yang strategis, berada di kawasan Teluk Tomini, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo menjadi pusat pendidikan di Indonesia bagian utara. Menghadapi era revolusi industri keempat, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo berkomitmen mengembangkan pendidikan dan pembelajaran digital based learning (UNG) yang berlokasi di Kota Gorontalo dan Kabupaten Bone Bolango, Provinsi Gorontalo, menyelenggarakan pendidikan akademis dan profesional di bidang sains, teknologi, pendidikan, perikanan, ilmu sosial, pertanian, manajemen dan bisnis, olahraga, seni, budaya, dan ilmu kesehatan. Universitas Negeri Gorontalo menyediakan kursus lintas spektrum bidang akademik, 53 program studi sarjana, 11 fakultas, 16 program master, dan 4 program doktor. Berikut adalah program studi di setiap fakultas dan pasca sarjana. Fakultas Ekonomi terdiri dari Pendidikan Ekonomi, Akuntansi, Manajemen, dan Administrasi Publik. Fakultas Hukum terdiri dari Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan terdiri dari Bimbingan dan Konseling, Manajemen Pendidikan, Pendidikan Luar Sekolah, Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar, dan Pendidikan Anak Usia Dini. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial terdiri dari Pendidikan Sejarah, Pendidikan Pancasila dan Kewarganegaraan, Sosiologi, dan Ilmu Komunikasi. Fakultas Kedokteran terdiri dari Prodi Kedokteran. Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam yang terdiri dari Pendidikan Matematika, Statistika, Pendidikan Biologi, Pendidikan Fisika, Pendidikan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fisika, Pendidikan Kimia, Pendidikan Geografi, dan Teknik Geologi. Fakultas Olahraga dan Kesehatan terdiri dari Farmasi, Kesehatan Masyarakat, Ilmu Keperawatan, Pendidikan Kepelatihan dan Olahraga, dan Pendidikan Jasmani, Kesehatan, dan Rekreasi. Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan terdiri dari Budidaya Perairan, Manajemen Sumber Daya Perairan, dan Teknologi Hasil Perikanan. Fakultas Pertanian terdiri dari Agribisnis, Peternakan, Agroteknologi, dan Ilmu Teknologi Pangan. Fakultas Sastra dan Budaya terdiri dari Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia, Pendidikan Seni, Drama, Tari, dan Musik, serta Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris dan Pendidikan Pariwisata. Fakultas Teknik terdiri dari Teknik Sipil, Pendidikan Vokasional Konstruksi Bangunan, Teknik Elektro, Pendidikan Teknologi Informasi, Sistem Informasi, Teknik Arsitektur, Pendidikan Seni Rupa, Teknik Industri, dan Pendidikan Teknik Mesin. Berikut untuk program master terdiri dari S2 Pendidikan Bahasa Indonesia, S2 Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, S2 Administrasi Pendidikan, S2 Pendidikan Ekonomi, S2 Teknologi Pendidikan, S2 Pendidikan Non-Formal, S2 Pendidikan Dasar, S2 Pendidikan Matematika, S2 Pendidikan Pancasila dan Kewarganegaraan, S2 Pendidikan Biologi, S2 Pendidikan Fisika, S2 Kependudukan dan Lingkungan Hidup, S2 Ilmu Hukum, S2 Ilmu Kelautan dan Perikanan, S2 Administrasi Publik, dan S2 Agribisnis. Berikut untuk program doktor terdiri dari S3 Linguistik Terapan, S3 Pendidikan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, S3 Administrasi Publik, dan S3 Ilmu Pendidikan. Mahasiswa-mahasiswa UNG telah berhasil memenangi berbagai kompetisi di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Telah menjadi wakil Indonesia di ajang olahraga internasional seperti SEA Games dan Asian Games, debat bahasa Inggris, pergelaran seni budaya, dan karya tulis ilmiah. Sebagai gerbang di utara Indonesia, UNG terus meningkatkan kompetensi mahasiswa di berbagai program studi guna menghasilkan lulusan yang kreatif, inovatif, berjiwa entrepreneur, dan mampu bersaing di kancah nasional dan internasional. UNG membangun kerjasama dengan pemerintah, perusahaan-perusahaan swasta, dan universitas-universitas terkemuka di Indonesia dan dunia. Rektor Edward Tuolok bersama 860 dosen dan 39 profesor terus memperbaiki dan meningkatkan indikator-indikator kinerja, keunggulan dalam mengajar, keunggulan dalam riset, dan keunggulan dalam inovasi. Selama 1 dekade terakhir, UNG terus meningkatkan kompetensi dosen, riset-riset yang menghasilkan temuan-temuan yang bermanfaat bagi peningkatan kesejahteraan masyarakat, pembangunan daerah, inovatif, dan berkelanjutan.
Welcome to Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, a center university in Gorontalo with excellent and competitive
enjoy research provided so that the knowledge inside the university can be applicable outside. We'll see you at Universitas Negeri Gorontalo.
Well, I think Professor Dr. Asna Anita is already here. So welcome, Ibu Prof. I kindly invite Professor Dr. Asna Anita MSI, the Director of Postgraduate Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, to give a welcoming speech. Please, time is yours. Silakan Ibu. Halo, Ibu Prof. Ibu Prof. Asna, can you hear my voice, Ibu? Okay. Ya, Ibu. Well, I think we still need to wait Ibu Prof. Asna to give a welcoming speech. Yes. While we are waiting Ibu Prof. Asna to, ya, halo Ibu Prof. Assalamualaikum. Masih termute Ibu? Halo Ibu Asna, so Ibu, I kindly invite Ibu to give a welcoming speech. Please, time is yours Ibu. Silahkan dimulai Ibu.
Terima kasih. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mohon maaf, saya agak terlambat. Terima kasih atas kesempatan Bapak dan Ibu narasumber yang saya sangat hormati, baik dari luar negeri maupun dalam negeri. Terima kasih atas kesediaannya telah melakukan kerjasama dengan kami, terutama S3 program studi pendidikan dari Universitas Negeri Gorontalo. Sebagai hamba Allah, marilah kita sama-sama menjadikan puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Alhamdulillah, pada pagi hari ini kita dapat melaksanakan satu kegiatan seminar internasional yang dilakukan kerjasama antara perguruan tinggi yang ada di forum LPTK atau XIKIP. Kegiatan ini sangat bermakna bagi kita semua, terutama dalam rangka akreditasi maupun kegiatan-kegiatan lainnya, terutama dalam output mahasiswa pasca, apakah itu S2, S3. Karena sekarang ini adalah sudah mulai pada fase yang digital, jadi kita melakukan sesuatu pembelajaran dan seterusnya adalah harus melalui digital. Yang berikut adalah dukungan dari teman-teman terutama untuk mahasiswa. Jadi sekarang ini kita harus dituntut atau kita dituntut untuk ada namanya SKPI atau surat keterangan pendamping jasa. Yang kita kenal dulu itu hanya di S1, tapi sekarang sudah masuk pada S2 dan S3. Ini yang diharapkan bahwa mahasiswa selalu melakukan kegiatan, baik itu seminar internasional, seminar nasional, kemudian melakukan pengabdian masyarakat bekerja sama dengan perguruan tinggi yang ada di wilayah Indonesia, sehingga itu menjadi satu akumulasi dari kegiatan-kegiatan, apakah itu dalam bentuk SK, dalam bentuk sertifikat, sehingga ini menjadi pendamping SKPI. Saya sangat mengharapkan kepada semua peserta panitia maupun para narasumber yang telah bersedia hadir di seminar pada hari ini dapat melakukan kegiatannya sampai dengan akhir, kalau nggak salah jam 17 ya, 17 sore. Ini perlu kita lakukan sebaik mungkin sehingga ada sesuatu input bagi semua peserta, dan itu merupakan satu ilmu yang baik bagi kita semua. Karena kita tahu bahwa kita ini sudah masa pada era pada bukan lagi 4.0 tetapi 5.0. Jadi semua kegiatan harus terdokumentasi dengan secara digital. Saya kira terima kasih atas partisipasi Bapak dan Ibu, baik narasumber, terima kasih atas kesediaannya, dan Bapak Ibu narasumber yang ada di dalam negeri, sangat berterima kasih kami Universitas Negeri Gorontalo telah melakukan kerjasama dengan Bapak Ibu. Selamat seminar internasional, insya Allah kita semua tetap dalam keadaan sehat walafiat dalam lindungan yang maha besar ilahi. Dengan membaca basmalah, bismillahirrahmanirrahim, saya buka seminar internasional pada hari ini. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Asna Aneta, for the welcoming and also officially open our international seminar. And ladies and gentlemen, now we are come to the end of our opening ceremony, and we are going to start the first session. And for that, I will invite our moderator, Nofrianti Napu, PhD, to start the first session of our international seminar. Thank you very much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sebagai universitas tertua di Gorontalo, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo atau UNG telah mendedikasikan diri selama 58 tahun sejak berdiri tahun 1963. Dengan letak geografis yang strategis, berada di kawasan Teluk Tomini, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo menjadi pusat pendidikan di Indonesia bagian utara. Menghadapi era revolusi industri keempat, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo berkomitmen mengembangkan pendidikan dan pembelajaran digital based learning (UNG) yang berlokasi di Kota Gorontalo dan Kabupaten Bone Bolango, Provinsi Gorontalo, menyelenggarakan pendidikan akademis dan profesional di bidang sains, teknologi, pendidikan, perikanan, ilmu sosial, pertanian, manajemen dan bisnis, olahraga, seni, budaya, dan ilmu kesehatan. Universitas Negeri Gorontalo menyediakan kursus lintas spektrum bidang akademik, 53 program studi sarjana, 11 fakultas, 16 program master, dan 4 program doktor. Berikut adalah program studi di setiap fakultas dan pasca sarjana. Fakultas Ekonomi terdiri dari Pendidikan Ekonomi, Akuntansi, Manajemen, dan Administrasi Publik. Fakultas Hukum terdiri dari Ilmu Hukum. Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan terdiri dari Bimbingan dan Konseling, Manajemen Pendidikan, Pendidikan Luar Sekolah, Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar, dan Pendidikan Anak Usia Dini. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial terdiri dari Pendidikan Sejarah, Pendidikan Pancasila dan Kewarganegaraan, Sosiologi, dan Ilmu Komunikasi. Fakultas Kedokteran terdiri dari Prodi Kedokteran. Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam yang terdiri dari Pendidikan Matematika, Statistika, Pendidikan Biologi, Pendidikan Fisika, Pendidikan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fisika, Pendidikan Kimia, Pendidikan Geografi, dan Teknik Geologi. Fakultas Olahraga dan Kesehatan terdiri dari Farmasi, Kesehatan Masyarakat, Ilmu Keperawatan, Pendidikan Kepelatihan dan Olahraga, dan Pendidikan Jasmani, Kesehatan, dan Rekreasi. Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan terdiri dari Budidaya Perairan, Manajemen Sumber Daya Perairan, dan Teknologi Hasil Perikanan. Fakultas Pertanian terdiri dari Agribisnis, Peternakan, Agroteknologi, dan Ilmu Teknologi Pangan. Fakultas Sastra dan Budaya terdiri dari Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia, Pendidikan Seni, Drama, Tari, dan Musik, serta Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, dan Pendidikan Pariwisata. Fakultas Teknik terdiri dari Teknik Sipil, Pendidikan Vokasional Konstruksi Bangunan, Teknik Elektro, Pendidikan Teknologi Informasi, Sistem Informasi, Teknik Arsitektur, Pendidikan Seni Rupa, Teknik Industri, dan Pendidikan Teknik Mesin. Berikut untuk program master terdiri dari S2 Pendidikan Bahasa Indonesia, S2 Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, S2 Administrasi Pendidikan, S2 Pendidikan Ekonomi, S2 Teknologi Pendidikan, S2 Pendidikan Non-Formal, S2 Pendidikan Dasar, S2 Pendidikan Matematika, S2 Pendidikan Pancasila dan Kewarganegaraan, S2 Pendidikan Biologi, S2 Pendidikan Fisika, S2 Kependudukan dan Lingkungan Hidup, S2 Ilmu Hukum, S2 Ilmu Kelautan dan Perikanan, S2 Administrasi Publik, dan S2 Agribisnis. Berikut untuk program doktor terdiri dari S3 Linguistik Terapan, S3 Pendidikan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, S3 Administrasi Publik, dan S3 Ilmu Pendidikan. Mahasiswa-mahasiswa UNG telah berhasil memenangi berbagai kompetisi di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Telah menjadi wakil Indonesia di ajang olahraga internasional seperti SEA Games dan Asian Games, debat bahasa Inggris, pergelaran seni budaya, dan karya tulis ilmiah. Sebagai gerbang di utara Indonesia, UNG terus meningkatkan kompetensi mahasiswa di berbagai program studi guna menghasilkan lulusan yang kreatif, inovatif, berjiwa entrepreneur, dan mampu bersaing di kancah nasional dan internasional. UNG membangun kerjasama dengan pemerintah, perusahaan-perusahaan swasta, dan universitas-universitas terkemuka di Indonesia dan dunia. Rektor Edward Tuol bersama 860 dosen dan 39 profesor terus memperbaiki dan meningkatkan indikator-indikator kinerja, keunggulan dalam mengajar, keunggulan dalam riset, dan keunggulan dalam inovasi. Selama 1 dekade terakhir, UNG terus meningkatkan kompetensi dosen, riset-riset yang menghasilkan temuan-temuan yang bermanfaat bagi peningkatan kesejahteraan masyarakat, pembangunan daerah, inovatif, dan berkelanjutan.
Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, a center university in Gorontalo with excellent and competitive human resources.
We enhance access for everyone to enjoy research provided so that the knowledge inside the university can be applicable outside.
We'll see you at Universitas Negeri Gorontalo.
Well, for everyone, we will have a short break before we start our first session. So we will start our first session at 9:20. So you can have a short break and we will start at 9:20 Gorontalo times. Thank you. Baik, Bapak Ibu partisipan yang sudah bergabung di dalam ruang Zoom. Sesi pertama akan kita mulai pada waktu 9:20 waktu Indonesia Tengah. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekarang kita sudah masuk di break atau istirahat sampai waktu yang sudah ditetapkan. Terima kasih. Yantunapu PhD start our session in our first session. Please, Bapak Nofri, I hand you the monitor, please. Hello, sir. Sir Nofri, ya.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ibu Waude. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And we will shortly begin our first session. And I'll be serving as the first moderator of the first session of the seminar. My name is Nofri, and let me introduce our speaker of this first session. For this first session, we would like to have Dr. Kali Charanrath, an associate professor at the Department of Mechanical Engineering, GIET University, Odisha in India. Dr. Kali will discuss a topic, very interesting one, in advanced technology and its application. For each of the session for the speaker, we will be giving around 40 minutes for the presentation, and then we will move on to the next speaker. As we know that in this first session, we will be having 3 speakers delivering different topics. And therefore, we will be giving around 40 minutes and followed by a session of questions and answers. For the first session, I would like to invite Dr. Kali to deliver his paper. Thank you very much. All yours.
Yeah, good morning, professors.
Good morning.
Yeah, sir, just give me only 2 minutes because in my home it was a little bit network, so I came to the university. I'm joining. Just give me 2 minutes only, right?
Okay.
Right.
All right. Please take your time, Dr. Rath. I will be reading your field of interest of your research.
Only 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes.
Okay. Let me introduce some of the topics of interest of Dr. Rath. He is specializing in manufacturing optimization, machine design, robotics, and he received his PhD in 2013 from NIT Jamshedpur, India, and he's got a Master of Technology in Industrial Engineering from DPUT, Odisha, India, and also a Bachelor of Technology awarded from the University of DPUT, Odisha, India. Let me know if you're ready, Dr. Rath.
Yes,
And
sir. Yes, sir. Now it is opening. I'm joining
Okay.
through that link.
Okay, we are not seeing your camera on from
Yes, sir.
our
Yes,
end.
just a minute. Sir,
Okay. Yes.
yeah. Sir, I'm joining through the system. Kindly allow me. Eh?
Okay.
I'm leaving this from mobile. Am I audible, sir?
Yes. Are you able to share your screen from your computer?
Just a minute, sir. Kindly allow me. Is the screen is visible?
Okay. Okay, it's all good. You can start. The floor is yours, Dr. Kali Charandra. Are you there, Dr. Ruth? Hello? Dr. Ruth, can you hear my voice? We cannot hear your voice. I think if you've already started your presentation, but we cannot hear your voice. Might be some technical issues. Okay, hang on.
Now is it audible, sir?
Now we can hear your voice clearly.
Yeah, might have it as unmuted. Right. Namaste to all.
Okay.
Right. Later, once again, I will share this. Now is it audible, sir?
Okay, we can see your screen. Probably can start from the beginning.
How we can provide the better skill and the technology to the society to facilitate a luxurious life to the society through the education system. Not only we are providing the skill, but also we are upgradation the technology, we are upgradation the students to fit for the industry, to, you can say that, to provide the better service to the mankind. Then the technology plays a vital role in here, because now everybody is coming towards the smart. Smart means with this, you can say that the stipulated time period, with the stipulated time period, how we can provide the better to better services in a, you can say that in a easier manner. The technology is nothing but it is the branch of, you can say that it is a branch only which provides the applications of the science in the engineering field, the skill of adapting the science, the skill, the arts in the engineering field, various machinery and the equipment we develop for the application of scientific knowledge, through which we can operate and we can provide a luxury life. Is a, you can say that an easiest skill we are providing to the society. The application of scientific knowledge for a practical purpose, then basically the technology terms comes in mechanical, electronics, information technology, industrial and manufacturing, medical and communications. These are the some important field where technology is highly essential for the development to facilitate the operation in the concerned sectors. Then what is the meaning of your advanced technology? Advanced technology is nothing but it is a new or developing IT innovations, because the programming, through the interaction with the machine have to understand our language, machine have to understand our instruction. Then only machine or a system can able to operate in a perfect manner. This technology brings the skill, knowledge, process, technique, and some tools like your neural network, tools like your logic for optimization, etc. These are the tools which we are using in our prediction, in our optimization, in our statistical analysis. So we can say that this advanced technology is defined as a new or developing IT innovation which tries to always solve the various problems associated with the society, associated with the system, associated with the human beings. So most advanced technology tools, what we are using nowadays, that are artificial intelligence and machine learning along with the deep learning, robotic process automation, edge computing, quantum computing, virtual reality and augmented reality, blockchain, Internet of Things, and 5G. If you'll see the advantages follows, then it assesses the information. It only analyze on the data. Then after the development will start that what methodology we have to follow. The IT and OT, that means the operating technology, the information technology, industry, or you can say that Internet of Things, industrial Internet of Things are different abbreviation now comes to the picture, which are all frequently used in the combination with the Industry 4.0 and the Society 5.0, and it comes under the digital transformation. To start at the highest level of Industry 4.0, if you think, then it is nothing but it is the fourth industrial revolution, where factories, machines, and equipments get connected. Big data is generated, analyzed, and used to make the process as smart as possible. The digital transformation is the use of digital technologies to improve processes and customer experience as a part of the Industry 4.0. Here, IoT plays a vital role, and which is one of the technologies available to do so. It refers to connecting the things to the internet to the capture of the data. When applying this in an industrial environment, the term IIoT, which stands for Industrial Internet of Things, this can be seen as equipment such as pumps, valves, operating equipments, and also people through variables. In an industrial environment, this IT and OT are often used. For what purpose? Like, it refers to the hardware and the software used to the change, monitor, or control the physical devices, processes, and events.
Excuse me, Dr. Kali.
Yeah,
Sorry to
yes.
interrupt. I think your slide is not moving.
No problem.
We're
I
not
am
seeing
just
it.
delivering all that things. Then after I will come to the this is the advantage.
All right, I see.
Right.
All right,
Right.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just to make sure.
So
Thank
yeah.
you.
So this refers to the hardware and software used to change the monitor or control the physical devices, processes, and events within a factory or production facility. If we'll take an example in the process industry, the devices we used, the PLC, SCADA, DCS, etc. In information technology refers to anything related to the computer technology, including the hardware and the software which is access to the IT programs and connected devices are typically less restricted that to the operating devices. The main difference between the operating and IT devices is that operating devices control the physical world, that means physical system, while IT system manage the data. Industrial Internet of Things is a technology to easily connect the devices and increase the data point at a relative low cost. Today, this is the main in the IT domain, and this data can be used to analyze the processes, monitor trends, or make process as smarter as possible. In many industries, additional data can have a predictive and preventive impact on the maintenance, safety, and the environment, which has a direct impact on the operating technology. Taking an example, predicting maintenance actively rather than the reacting to an issue and preventing accidents and environment spills reduces downtime and cost related to this incident. If we take another example here, if you're adding the sensors to the pump, then this gives the additional facility that can be used to monitor trends like vibration. Sensor on valves can be used to alarm misbehavior, or you can say that if a wrong valve is operated, then it gives or it provides the alarm or it gives the indication to the operator that you or somewhere the wrong valve is open or closed. If we will focus on IIoT, then IIoT is nothing but it is a subcategory of IoT. The term refers to the IoT technology used in an industrial setting, that is namely in manufacturing facility. Here, the IIoT can have many of the same uses and benefits that the IoT can provide. In short, the Internet of Things refers to the rapidly growing network of connected objects that are able to collect and exchange data in the real time using embedded sensors. Thermostats, cars, lights, refrigerator, air conditioning, home applications. These some are examples that can taken as an appliances can be connected to the IoT system. If we will focus on the internet, you can say that industrial Internet of Things, then originally described this. It is used across the several industries, such as manufacturing industry, which is now adopting Industry 4.0, in a logistic, oil and gas, transportation, energy utilization, mining, and metals, and other industrial sector and business sectors also. One of the good example the IoT used is the e-business system, like our Amazon, like our Flipkarts, etc. So some advantages of this technology provides to save the time, easy of mobility, better communication means, cost efficiency, innovation in many fields, improved banking, better learning techniques, because we are providing all these things, the idea, the concept, the operation, the methodology, and the setup during our teaching and learning process in the classroom. So if we will focus, this is a very good slide that what are the various tools that is required for the digital twin services application in the industries, in the advanced technology. If we see the platform tools, which is essential, that is the MindSpace, 3D experience, ThinkWorks, EcoStructures, ABB, Ability, Predicts. These are the some tools. Beacon, Promac, ProudThink, Gitwit, Sysware, Higher Cloud. These are the certain things which we are using in the business or service or manufacturing sectors. To diagnose the data, some tools what we are using that are MATLAB, ANSYS, Simploreth, Surskins, TwinBuilder, 3D Experience, ThinkWorks, Azure IoT, Beacon, Predicts, and some other softwares or some other individual customized program software also we are using for our operation. These are the some example only. Similarly for the simulation, similarly for the optimization, the various tools we are using in our system. If we will focus on this technology, the running platform provides the better tools, the sensors, the device which is attached with the system to sense, to monitor the variables, the parameters which is associated with that particular. Suppose we are using the automated guided vehicle system for the transportation in the industry, then the sensor will detect the path. If he's getting the right line on, then only if the AGV will move, else it will change its direction. Suppose we are using the temperature sensor, then in agriculture field, then based upon the soil, temperature, moisture, contents, etc., the pump will start to operate. Like that, other devices which is attached in this advanced technology in various systems are Bluetooth, multi-platform, 5G or 6G, cloud, solar panel, smart grids, low energy devices, robotics, camera array, Raspberry Pi, Wi-Fi, etc. and etc. If we focus on the interaction between your virtual and the physical world system, then we are interacting through the cloud. Cloud is nothing but it is a common server. It is just act as a server where we can store the data and from where we can access the data for our operation. The right side picture shows the virtual interaction, the simulation. Before operating it into the right platform for the providing the service or manufacturing, we are observing its functions in the virtual mode. For an example, if we wanted to test engineering analysis for a car during the crashing, then with the software ANSYS, Maya, Dyna, etc., we are making a 3D model of the real car in a virtual platform, in an imaginary platform to represent the real world, and we are providing the load. We are going for the distressing testing, we are going for the crashing testing, and we are measuring the stress analysis, we are measuring the compact analysis, we are measuring the material analysis on that. So to analyze the engineering analysis, we are using that virtual mode for our analysis to save the money, because in the prototype, in the virtual mode, if any failure occurs, then there is a no loss to the industry or to the business sector. If in the real life it happens, then the total product loss is coming to the customer or to the total loss is coming to the industry. So to save that one, we are interacting in a virtual platform. And for that, we are giving the training on the design field, in the analysis field, in the virtual mode to our students. And we are also training them how to operate this, how to analyze this with the finite element method, with the finite element analysis. And what will be the chances of failure? What will be the judgment on that particular failure? How to rectify that one, how to improve that one, how to develop that one. These are the things we are interacting with the students by providing our perfect knowledge, our sharing our perfect knowledge with them. We are making ready the students to get ready themselves to fit for the industry, to provide their service through this training, professional training. If here you will interact, the right side part will shows that virtual interaction with the floor, and the left hand part shows the real physical interaction with the environment, with the system, with the manufacturing floor. Here, all if we'll focus here, then artificial intelligence is coming to picture nowadays. Artificial intelligence is nothing but it is a temporary brain we are providing through the programming system to the machine to think on the data, to predict the data, to analyze the data. That is the thought process, what we are thinking. Suppose some proposal is coming to us, we start thinking on that one, we analyzing that one, we are comparing that one, we are analyzing that one with the various factors, whether it is a feasibility or not, whether it is a profitability or not, whether it is a safety or not, whether it is a facilitated the right service to the mankind as per the desire or not, like that. So we are providing a special program which can, through which we can, or a machine can bound to think and give its decision as per the human decision. It provides the decision that whether the proposal or the data are in a proper manner or not, in which manner, in which logic the data are mapping to each other, what instruction it will provide to the machine so that machine can perform its special task. So here, this is the major role nowadays, and we all are running behind it, that is the artificial intelligence system. Here we are giving training to the machine, just like a small kid, when a baby born in a home, when it grows after 1 year or 5 months, we are telling them, this is your father, this is your mother, this is your brother, this is your sister, this is a dog, this is a television, this is a phone, this is the home, this is your toy, etc. That means the brain of the child is getting training exactly in the same manner through the electronics devices and the computer programming set up to the machine. We are training them that if such kind of things are coming, then you have to identify this belongs to this group. Your group technology plays also a vital role, because based upon the group technology, we are giving the training to the machine through the artificial intelligence. Deep learning is one part of this artificial intelligence system. Neural networking, pattern recognition, natural language process, chatbots. These are the some tools through which we are operating the artificial intelligence system and adapting it to our business system or our manufacturing system through your machine, or your, you can say that, through our control management devices. How this advanced technology helps to the world? If you will focus on the benefit of the IoT platform, the benefit of IoT tells that it improves productivity of the staff and reduce human labor. Efficient operation management, better use of resources and assets, cost-effective operation, improved work safety, through marketing and business development, improved customer services, better business opportunities. If we'll focus on this, then surely this advanced technology helps to the world. This technology has changed. The previous ancient technology is changed now, and it is also changing and will give a good platform in the coming future. No doubt, every item or every system have its own advantages and disadvantages, but we have to overcome the disadvantage by developing it and to provide the better service to the mankind. The technology has changed how we entertain ourselves in the day-to-day lives, meet to each other, Now think, I am in India, you are in Nigeria or Indonesia, and how we are interacting with this meeting. This Zoom or Google Meet is a technology provided to all of us to combine each other, to share our thought process, to share our experience with each other. It helps to build the nations. It helps to provide a better, sophisticated, eco-friendly environment to the world. And it consumes all type of media. It's made fun advancements, but it's also made important advancement in the safety, because safety is the main thing. If you will focus on the networking system, then why people are working for the cyber security? Because that is the safety. That is the safety on the personal asset. If a industry its own manufacturing culture environment, then all the data is preserved for it. That must be safe and safety. So cyber security plays a vital role here, because at any time, any moment, hacker can enter to the system and they can expose your data. So to provide a locking system, the security is highly essential to all of us. The security, if you'll take, I will give a good example here, that ornaments we are keeping in the bank, in the locker, locking process, it is in a safe mode. The total system in a closed chamber. It has a total operation carried out between the customer and the bank. When the customer will visit the bank for its requirement, then by contacting the manager, then only the manager allowed the customer to open his total secure, or you can say that the stored box, else not. If any family member, instead of the customer who registered for that particular box, if will visit the bank and request to the manager to open that particular chamber, the manager will not open. It is an unauthorized person. So here one coming to the picture, that authorization is important here, but hackers are trying in different angle, different corner, how to enter to that path and will expose the data or take the data. So every industry, when adopting this advanced technology, must have to secure themselves, that how they will secure or keep their data in a safe mode. It opens off a new opportunity. This particular advanced technology not only opening a new opportunity, but also it starts opportunity or opening for the threatening processes. So we have to overcome all the threatening process for the development of advanced technology in its implementation field. Is more technology advancement always better? If we will ask ourselves, then we will surely answer it no, but required. So a conflict, a contradict coming to here. We are telling that more advanced technology is not better. Again, we are telling that advanced technology is required for the life, for the society. Then how it can possible? So we have to work on it. We have to think on it. The time came now. Every nation have to combine, start a collaboration work, not focusing on individual nation. We have to go with international development. We have to focus on international field of the development, so that we all at a time can able to grow and we can prosper the enjoyment of our life. If your question is coming, is more technology advancement always better? Then we will always tell, we think that technological advancement can be dangerous for the health. For example, if you take a smartphone, the smartphone transmits the waves, and that can become a sterile, or we can have a cancer or a tumor on our brain. So utilize the smartphone as per necessity and keep in the specified distance from us. That is the precaution required, and we have to maintain. Then this advanced technology give or provide a better service to us. Through the smartphone, we have so many features. We have so many features through which we can able to gain, and we can able to train our new generation about this advanced technology operation. We are preparing the app, and we are totally controlling technologically okay, anything okay. Now technological advances can be either good or unhealthy always, because it has advantages and disadvantages.
Excuse me, Dr. Kali, just to interrupt you for the second time. I just want to let you know, your PowerPoint presentation is not moving. I think it's a technical issue at your end.
No.
We are not following which slides you're talking about, because
is it visible now?
Yes, this is stuck in your slide number 2. This one is clear.
Okay.
Okay, and just to let you know, is we still have 10 minutes left.
Okay, okay, no problem.
Yes,
no problem.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank
Kali.
you.
Thank you.
Now, this will provide. This is through the cloud. We are interlinking to each other. We are interlinking all the machinery, all the equipment, all the devices with the Internet of Things, with the cloud. Now, if we will go to the agricultural technology, we always need higher crop productivity. This advanced technology helps us to provide a higher crop productivity, decrease the use of water, fertilizer, and pesticides, which in turn keep food prices down, reduce impact on the natural ecosystem, less runoff of chemical into the river and groundwater, increase worker safety. So what things we have to adapt here? The sensing agriculture parameter who will always provide the data related to the temperature, related to the weight, humidity, etc. That we can get the data from the sensing devices which is applied in the agriculture. Then after identifying these sensing locations and the data gathering, transferring data from crop field to the control station where we are controlling, where we are monitoring, where we are observing. Then after to take the decision and the right step we have to take to put in the agriculture field for a better production of the crops. If you will focus on the manufacturing industries, then the parameters like your raw material, equipment, tool, fixture, electrical energy, and labor these are the input parameters. But we will, by taking this input parameter to the manufacturing floor, a manufacturing process, we are adapting the manufacturing process with advanced technology to operate, to function, to tax preferable, which will provide us a right product by controlling the scrap and the waste. We have to minimize the scrap and the waste, and we have to improve the quality of the product. If we'll see the technology, then before we have to prepare, if you wanted to prepare a cup of coffee, then we are doing, or we are taking a milk, coffee powder, warm water or warm milk, then after we are mixing it. But now the time came which provided with a small coffee machine, a smart coffee machine. In the smart coffee machine, the technology is nothing but the technology is only the heater, how to heat and how to deliver automatically, how to mix automatically, and by providing the coin or rupee or money to eat, and the machine will identify, okay, for this is the price of this cup of coffee. Then after it will discharge the coffee to the customer. So what are the essential parameter here? Energy to heat water, coffee powder, milk, sugar. Then after manufacturing start to prepare a cup of coffee. So based upon this, we developed the machine, coffee machine, which contains the container, two to three container, and a mixing chamber, a heater. Then after it is operated through the switch bottom on and off. Then when we are putting on, then the total process start, and the three items will get mixed, and finally we are getting a cup of coffee against the money or the price we provided to that one. So these are the parameters. When we are developing the technology, we are focusing on this parameter. When manufacturing processes are going on, then control variables are like temperature, pressure, flow rate, etc., etc. Again, the input variables are raw material, water, energy, human or labor, etc. The process output will be yield, waste, capacity, downtime, production rate, etc. The uncontrollable variable, ambient condition, we cannot able to control on the atmospheric team, operator, machines, raw material. So what we have to focus? We have to focus on certain machines, certain devices on which we can apply our technology for the development, and we have to train the operator in a skilled manner to make perfect themselves, to fit themselves to operate that kind of machine. So these are the variables what we are always focusing on: productivity, quality, cost, delivery, safety, and morale. Based upon that, the money is the prime factor for the investment, along with the men, women, which is essential operator, machinery, materials. After that, the methods we are adopting, the production control, quality control, cost control, delivery control, safety, health and environment, human relation. On each step, each you can say that the subsection of these methods, we are adopting the advanced technology to fit the industry profitable. This is the technology what we are generally adopting. Few examples I have given here. One, in the engineering analysis, static and dynamic, electronic and mechatronics, programming methodology, bioengineering, thermodynamics, chemical engineering, etc. These are the field where the technology needs for the improvement, and it is going on nowadays. Manufacturing technology, supply chain management, rapid prototyping, augmented reality, etc. That is highly essential in the manufacturing field. In the design, if you see, then computer interaction, which is the software, you can go with the visual thinking, design for sustainability, aesthetic form. These are the some tools which are essential for the design and interactive. Human values, psychology, anthropology, sociology, and ethnography, and need finding the some more which is required for the human support to perform or to deliver their job in a comfortable zone. We have to also focus on the organization behavior and the management steam. You can say that management is a prime role to monitor or to control or to observe or to judge about the industries. And human resource management system, one of the most important role in the industry to bind the whole employees in a perfect logical relationship in a comfortable zone. Then in the business, accounting and finance, Tally is one of the tool here. Economic analysis and policies, marketing and operation, information technology, entrepreneurship, and competition and strategy that I have to see in the business. So we have to think on this also, how we can able to predict a better judgment in the competition market. So these are the some subsections which always involves in the business and the manufacturing industry, and which provide the problems to us for the development of our technology. If we'll focus the technology is developing, it has in a business, whether it is a home or it is a education, it is a transport, it is energy, others on other part of the different corner of the universe. They are binding to each other. They are linked to each other with the only one term, that is so the smart technology. So here the supply chain plays a vital role in the business system. Supply chain, starting from the requirement to the delivery. Requirement to delivery is consisting of a complete cycle or the complete chain, which is known as our supply chain, whether it is a business industry or it is a manufacturing industry. Then here we have to verify, or you can say that vertical market applications. Then ability of a device located indoors to assist the locating the people every day in the object, every corner. Then after the physical world waves, and with the software advancement and the sensor technology is coming to picture nowadays, which is known as the industry 4.0, which is nothing but indicates the communication technology. So here, as already we discussed, the Internet of Things is not the result of the single novel technology. Instead, several complementary technical development provides capability that taken together to help the communication in a cooperative manner. It is addressable, it is identificationable, it is a sensing, actuation, and embedded information processing, localization, whether a remote control or remote area, we will control the total system, or in the plant floor itself, we are interacting with the machine. And it is a very, you can say, the friendly with the user interface. Now, in industry 4.0, which is known as our communication system with the digitalization, and it is support to the industrial IoT to give a global competitive. So we, with the industry 4.0, we are just adding the IoT to provide a visibility, flexibility, efficiency, and zero downtime and maximum OE. This will help for the global competitive market, and through which every system get connected with every one authorized person only. This is one example how it is operating, how it is performing, how it is delivering, and how it is receiving the feedback from the market to the industry. Here, IoT plays or Internet of Things of the system and which helps for the proper judgment of the system, proper monitor of the system, proper monitoring the data. So some example I have given here, if we want to go with the smart irrigation system, then these are the point in the technology we adopted. Raspberry Pi, which will get connected for the all the things, and based upon the sensor requirement, we have to use the sensor. We will use the camera and connected with the IoT, and with the through the IoT we will monitor the system, and we will give the our suggestion to the farmer that you have to take the decision, or you have to take the precaution to get the benefit or to get more production on the crops. So the software requirement is one of the important is the coding system here. Whether we will go with the Python or whether we will go with the MATLAB, that is required with the proper connection here. The hardwares listed given here, which is the Raspberry Pi, temperature sensor, LDR, moisture sensor, smoke sensor, etc., etc. So hardware and software in associate with our system, we are interlinking through the cloud with the IoT system to monitor the total agriculture process for proper irrigation. Then we are adopting the operating characteristics, properties of individual, and how they are get connected through the circuit. That is the most important.
Okay, excuse me, Dr. Kali, just
Yeah.
to interrupt you once again.
Yeah, thank you.
Just
Yeah,
to remind you that your time is
yeah, it is my slide also. Over.
Yes,
no problem. Thank you.
We've got we've got another presenter.
Yeah, sure.
In mind. Thank
Go
you.
ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for nice hearing and giving an opportunity to me to interact all of you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Shall I stop the presentation, sir?
Yes. If
yeah,
you...
thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Namaste to all.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Dr. Kali for your insightful presentation in technology topics related things, and we will keep it there until the session of questions and answers begin. Right. We would like to proceed to the next speaker.
Sure.
We've got already here joining with us Associate Professor Theodore Chow from the Ohio State University. Good evening at your end, Dr. Theodore.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you very much for waiting. I know it is not morning at your end in the USA. Thank you very much for staying with us. And it is an honor to have you joining our seminar, delivering a very interesting topic in digital technologies in the classrooms. Before we begin with your presentation, Dr. Theodore, I would like to read your short CV to all the participants of this seminar. Dr. Theodore Chow is an associate professor of mathematics education in the Department of Teaching and Learning at the Ohio State University, the USA. Research to fully see themselves as mathematical humans. He uses digital storytelling and voice for mathematics teachers and students of color to create narratives that connect mathematics identities with community and family identities. Associate Professor Chow is currently a principal investigator of an NSF career research project, exploring the ways children in urban emergent communities use digital mathematics storytelling to share rich mathematical knowledge from their communities and families. We believe your topic today will be very insightful as well to the participants and in relation to the digital technologies employed in the classroom. We've got 40
Thank you very much. I appreciate this invitation. I appreciate just the opportunity to be here and to speak with so many amazing scholars here in Indonesia and throughout the world. So yes, my name is Theodore Chow. I am an associate professor at the Ohasa University. And let me go ahead and share my slides if that's possible. Technology and mathematics education. And I want to start with maybe a poll, right, about specifically how we think about education. So I just put together something quick, and I think that most of us around the world should be able to get to this link. So I have a QR code right here and a link here, but I just want to say, we are coming out of this COVID-19 pandemic, right? And I want to thank Dr. Rath for really setting up an amazing idea of talking about the Internet of Things and also about just the technologies and the ways that we think about digital technologies moving forward, particularly in education. So where do you think students go when they want to learn something? Think about the students that you work with, the students that you teach. Do they go to the textbook? Do they go to a teacher? Do they ask a friend? Do they go to a parent or a grandparent or someone in their family? They go to the library, or they go to YouTube or another video website, right? So think about, any of the children you work with, or any of the students you work with, and they want to learn something, a skill or how to do something, a new language, a mathematical idea. Where do you think they go? And go ahead and you can pop in here. And I actually put this in the chat. And I think you should be able to take this poll, or you can just pop this QR code and let's see. What do you think? And so I have the poll open here, and you should be able to jump in there and see. Let's see what we think we do, right? Oh, sorry. Please take this poll. And I'm seeing a lot of people coming in and out. So those of you who just joined us, I'm asking you to interact a little bit, right? So a lot of times, I think this is a stereotype of speakers from the United States, so we ask for a lot of interaction. So I'm asking you, where do you think students go when they want to learn something? And I give you a couple options here, but go ahead and take the poll here. So there's a link here. It's in the chat. I'll plop it in here again. Or you can just pop this QR code on any device, and you should see a quick poll where you can take one of these options. Where do you think students go when they want to learn something, particularly something new? We can start to see what our results are looking like so far, right? Ooh, so right now we have about 10 votes. You can continue popping them in. YouTube is winning by 33%, library at 25%, a teacher 25%. Yeah, let's just keep this open for a few more minutes. Let's see what we think. Ooh. Okay, and if you need to see this poll again, there's the QR code, and here's the link, and I'll put the link in the chat again. Interesting, right? So right now we have about 18 votes, right? Still a lot of time to vote. Where do you think our students go when they want to learn something? And already we're starting to see some trends here. We have no one voting for a textbook. We have one person voted a parent or a family member. We have one person voted a friend or peer. 3 people say go to a library. Yeah. 4 people say they go to a teacher. And 9 of us, about 50% of us have said they go to YouTube or another video website. Let's see. So let's give this another minute or so. Let's see Where do we think our students go when they want to learn something? Okay, so there's a QR code again. One more time if you need the code again, for those of you who just joined us. Okay, so I think we have about 24 votes, right? We can keep voting throughout the course. Like if you're having trouble getting the website, I realize, sometimes it's hard to get into websites where we're also listening to a talk. But let's take a look at this, right? Overwhelmingly, right? Just from our 30 votes so far, YouTube or other video websites seems to be by far the place that we think our students go, right? 41% of us say YouTube. A very distant second is a teacher, about 22% about how students go to learn something. I think that, I'm here is an expression we use in the United States where we say we're preaching to the choir, right? Everyone here is interested in some form of digital learning, digital technology. So we see that YouTube or other video websites are the place that most of us think that our students go. And we're right? That is by far, right, where many of us, not just our students, go when they want to learn something new. So how do we adapt to this shift in the ways that we think about technology, the ways we think about pedagogy, and we talk about learning, right? Things like family members or libraries as necessarily the places that our children go to, right? Where the go-to is either a teacher or YouTube, okay? So today I'm going to talk to you about four things. In particular, the work that I do in mathematics education and how it connects to issues of equity, right, as framed in a lot of the research that I've been doing in math education here in the United States. Identity, and particularly what identity means is connected to digital learning. Technology specifically, what technologies that I've helped build and what technologies that I've been involved with in terms of research. And something that I've been working on a lot in the last 2 years, digital STEM storytelling, particularly how students can create videos around their STEM knowledge and how they use that and how we can use it as educators and as researchers to really frame how students can connect all of these strands, equity, identity, technology together. So I want to talk a little bit about equity first, right? So this is a pie, right? It's an American dessert dish. And if you look closely, this pie is cut into 5 different pieces. So there's 5 pieces of pie here. If you look closely at this, you'll notice, not all of the pieces of pie are the same size. So I want you to think about it, right? If someone sliced up the pie like this, how would you decide who gets the larger pieces of pie and why, right? For instance, if I'm having a meal with my children would say, oh, Dad, you get the bigger piece because you're bigger, you have a bigger appetite, you eat more, right? And because sometimes in culture, right, we assume that maybe the male or the dad or the patriarch or the family gets the bigger piece. That's one justification, right? But there are other justifications too. Maybe the person who might not have access to as much food, maybe the person who cut the pie, maybe the person who baked the pie, right? Who gets access to the more resources than others, right? And this is a question that we have to think about a lot in terms of mathematics, right? Who gets access to mentally? Education doesn't work when it's one size fit all, and everyone gets the same amount. There's always going to be an equity, right? So I've been thinking about this a lot, right? In terms of mathematics education, Rochelle Gutierrez wrote about 4 dimensions of equity in math. And I think globally, we've done a really good job talking about the first two, but we haven't talked about the other two. So the first dimension of equity involves access. Do our students have access to updated and rigorous text, appropriate technology, high quality teachers that are accessible outside of class hours, right? So this means as teachers, do all of our students really, really good, new and current curriculum materials, technology so they can access the materials and work with each other. High quality teachers who actually know and are engaged in teaching, right? That sometimes can be accessible outside of just class time, right? If they have these things, then maybe we can solve one form of access, right? It's not easy to do, but that's the first step. Even more though is achievement. Are there large numbers of students engaged in mathematics in your school? Are there high scores on standardized achievement tests, right? Do they score high? Are they able to do well on tests? Are students prepared for entering into STEM-based fields when they enter into college or higher ed, or when they enter the workforce? Are they able to really use math and science, right? So if we have equity, it's extremely difficult, right? In terms of policy, in terms of working with schools, in terms of working with our populations, we might not even be able to do this. But this is just the first two steps. Well, what we started talking about here in the United States in particular is that's just the very first two steps. The next dimension of identity is really difficult for us to do here in the United States. And that is, are students allowed to use their home languages? Are they allowed to speak in whatever language they want? Or do they have to use a specific language that exists only in school when they engage in math or science, right? Are they allowed to use algorithms from their home countries or their communities or their families? Are they allowed to bring in ways that they do math that they see maybe in their religious community, that they see maybe in their family? Are they allowed to use those things in a math test? And are those things valued, right? Are students not required to park their identity at the door? If a student, let's say, has a particular way of doing things, if a student might have a particular religion, if a student might have a particular cultural or ethnic heritage, are those things valued in the mathematics classroom, right? That's really hard. And finally, power. Does a student have voice in the classroom, right? Is it a classroom in which students, if they have something they want to ask or talk about, can they raise their hand and say it? Or can they just say it? Right? Oftentimes, I've been in many math classrooms in which the only person talking is the teacher. Do the students have voice in that classroom, right? Do they even have the ability to engage in mathematical dialogue and talk, right? Do students invent their own algorithms? Are they allowed to come up with new ideas on their own? Are they allowed to come up with ways to do math and solve problems on their own? Do they use mathematics to investigate problems that are meaningful to their own community? Right? Do they actually start looking at some of the problems that they themselves encounter on an everyday basis? Maybe problems with the environment, problems that are existing in their society, problems existing in their community, and others. Right? So this is the basis of what equity is, right? Also, that identity and power are also equally taken into account when thinking about the ways that kids think about math. Okay. So I want us to reflect on this a little bit. What I have as a math student, right? So just take a second to think about this, right? I know that for me, right, I grew up in the United States and I'm Chinese American. So my ancestry is from Hong Kong, right? A part of Southern China, well in math. And one of the stereotypes is that Asian American children like me do very well in math. And so oftentimes when I was in a math class, people assumed that I knew what I was doing. And so when I raised my hand to talk, people would listen. Or teachers would assume that if I made a mistake, that it was not a big mistake, that I actually knew how to do math, right? But what about students who don't have that power? What about students who don't have that privilege, right? Are their voices listened to in math? Are they seen as mathematically competent? So where is it all going to, right? Well, one part about being a professor is I get to quote myself. So I think, so what is equity anyway in mathematics? Well, I'll tell you because I helped write an article about it with Eileen Murray and Rochelle Gutierrez in 2014. And in that article, we said, we define equity-based mathematics teaching to mean practices that take into account the ways mathematics education perpetuates oppressive norms and therefore actively seeks to erase them, so that all students can participate meaningfully in mathematical learning and create their own mathematical knowledge. What this means is, if we're going to enter into this in framing of how digital learning operates, how online learning operates, if we don't focus on equity, what we're going to do is continue replicating systems that continue oppression, continue focusing and engaging students in identity. We're still going to force out, right? And I think this happens globally. We're still going to force out students from ethnic minority groups. We're still going to force out women. We're still going to force out from low socioeconomic groups into engaging in a larger conversation about mathematics. And what we're going to continue doing, right, is just recreating a system oppressive in terms of mathematics as the systems are currently. So, how do we do this? How do we engage, right, as educators, as researchers, as teacher educators into changing the nature of how we engage in mathematics? Well, let me tell you, right? I've thought about this for a long time and I have 3 steps. This is an image of a typical kindergarten classroom in the United States. So kindergarten is students about age 5-year-old, age 6 years old. And you can see there's some children here and there's a teacher here and the students are all working independently. And the teacher usually sits with students in here and there and goes around. And you can see, this might look very different than what a kindergarten looks like in your country, right? But here in the United States, children often engage in group work together. They have access to materials on around. They have different stations they can go to engage in their own independent learning when they want. And there's always adults who are there to help them, right? So what we need to do as teachers is reflect, right? What are the dispositions? How do I view and position my students? If you look closely here, right, you'll see that there's 1, 2, 3, 4 students. And in the United States, right, in terms of the ethnic diversity, there's a lot of different children with different skin colors. But how do we think about them, right? When we look at these students here, we can see, this student, we're not really sure, right? But oftentimes, how do we position them? Do we position the students who are white as having more math knowledge than the student who's Black? We might, and that's a subconscious bias that many of our teachers might hold, right? We also need to be self-aware, right? Do I have beliefs and backgrounds that affect my teaching? We might look at this picture and think, oh, even though we might try really hard to reflect on our biases, maybe the ways that we talk to the boys about math is different than the way we talk to a girl about math. Maybe subconsciously, we don't assume that girls can have powerful mathematical ideas, but we assume boys do, or we encourage boys to do that, right? And these are subconscious biases replicated because this is the world that we live in. This is the ways that we've been treated when we were kids, right? How open am I to differences that I see in the classroom? And how does my teaching sustain the culture of the students? Do I expect my students to act in a certain way when they enter my classroom, or are they allowed to continue and learn more about their own cultures, their own languages, their own ways of knowing, as opposed to parking their identities at the door and having to enact in one particular way in my classroom, right? So that's just reflecting on how we can open up our classrooms for more equity. Right? The second is noticing our students' individual identities, right? How do we know where our students are coming from and how do we know who they are? And this means understanding the history, helping students understand the circumstances of their identities, right? Do we know the histories of our students? Do their students feel like they can understand their histories of themselves, right? And is that seen as something that's powerful? Do we question whose interests these created identities serve, right? Sometimes some identities, particularly here in the United States, can be a stereotype, right? That boys can do better in engineering, or boys can do better in math and science than girls, and that can perpetuate that. And rather than saying, well, that's not true, girls can do anything better, is understanding the power. Whose interests does it serve to have a stereotype that boys are better than girls in math and science? And when we question that and we allow those conversations to happen, then we allow ourselves to notice our students more, right? Space to construct counter stories to stereotypes. When students tell stories, right? Sometimes they can tell stories like, My mom helped me with my math homework the other night. And sometimes in a space in which women might not be seen as having a lot of math knowledge, that's this counter story, because now the child is saying, my mother, right, who might not be seen as having math knowledge, is the one who holds math knowledge in my house and helped me with my work, right? And in that very, very simple statement is pushing back on stereotypes. And we want to allow those stories, those counter stories to flow in our classroom to push back on what is and what isn't mathematical knowledge. Okay, and finally, the last part about how to enact equity in our classroom is engaging in community. How do we create a math community, right? Where all students have a voice in the construction of math knowledge in our classroom? And how do we create a teaching community in which we as teachers and educators are also connecting with professionals who seek to advocate for our students? Now, this is really hard, right? In the age of COVID, right, where many of us have had to interact with each other online only, it's hard to sometimes create that community. But are our classrooms thriving spaces in which all students feel they have a voice? And do we also seek out, and if we don't find it, create it ourselves to connect to other teachers where we can engage and talk about these things, where we can be advocates for our students? Okay, so I've done a lot of talking about equity. That's a lot. I basically distilled maybe 30 years of research down into just a few minutes. But that's in essence, the framework of how I think about digital learning in terms of mathematics, right? So let's talk a little bit about identities. I come from a framework where, we can talk about identities in terms of, gender identity or socioeconomic identity or ethnic or racial identity. But I like to think about identities and narratives, right? And narratives are always changing. The narratives are the stories that we tell, and the stories we continue to tell. And every time I tell a story from my childhood or a story about who I am, right, that story shifts a little bit, right? And you pay attention to the ways that we talk to each other. Our stories are constantly shifting and changing every time we tell them, and depending on who we're telling them to. And oftentimes when we're telling a story, we're also telling it to ourselves. We're incorporating into ourselves and renewing our own narratives of who we are. So what does this look like? Well, one thing that I do a lot of, right, as a professor is I write a lot of bullet points and I give a lot of speeches where I just have words on a sheet of paper, right? So here's some bullet points about me. I'm an associate professor of mathematics education at The Ohio State University. Okay, that's my university, so that's who I am. I'm a former middle school math teacher, and I used to teach in Brooklyn, New York. So New York is a state here in the United States, and I used to teach there. And this is, something I used to do before I became a professor. I actually was a classroom teacher. I'm also a technology startup founder, which means that I started a technology company, right, years and years ago before I became a teacher. So a lot of my background is about how to build technology and how technology can be responsive and sort of the new ways that we can build technology based on innovation, right? Now, this is just a bunch of words on a page. It doesn't really tell you a lot about me. What if I show you? And what if I tell you stories about that? So when I say I'm an associate professor of mathematics education at The Ohio State University, what does that mean? It means that pictures of me pop up in textbooks. It means that sometimes I show up at math education conferences and people ask me to sign, these photos of myself or these things in which I'm engaging in talk or sharing curriculum that I wrote, and they want to ask me deeper questions about it. It means that, my children don't understand why I'm constantly being talked to or asked by math teachers who want to hear my advice on things, right? It means that I get to engage in this really wonderful community of math teachers around the world who have read some of my lessons and read some of my articles, and I've read theirs. And we get to have conversations about things like understanding fraction equivalence and order, right? Things that are so specific. And yet, I'm part of this community in which we think so much about how to unpack and think about how to teach fractions, right? And I'll tell you the truth. This picture was taken, right, when I was a doctoral student, when I was just engaging in a really, really great math lesson. And the author of this book came by and said, can I take a picture of you? And so I had to pretend like I was teaching this lesson again. I had to rewrite everything up again and teach this lesson just for this photograph. Right? I also used to be a former middle school math teacher in Brooklyn. And what does that mean, right? That means that, in Brooklyn, New York, right, it's a part of the United States that some of you might know this rapper named Jay-Z, right? Jay-Z is a rapper who's married to Beyonce, right? Very famous. And it's a very, very diverse community. But here in the United States, it caters to a largely African-American population, right? And so the teachers that I got to work with, the students I got to work with are all very diverse, often from a low socioeconomic space, but we had a lot of fun engaging and working together, right? And it means that for me, I am always drawn to any opportunities to work in a diverse environment and work with children and work with teachers. This is a space that I love, okay? And it means that for me, I enjoy engaging students in just doing math and then listening to them do it. I love giving students math problems and then listening to how they solve it, as opposed to telling them how to solve it. And I'm a technology startup founder. This is actually a photo of me at a startup at the White House in Washington, D.C. And I've built a few companies. They've all cycled through their entire lifetime, which meant they either got bought or they failed. And then we stopped it. But I have a whole basis, right, understanding of how to build companies using user data, how to use design research to really cycle through very, very quick analytics of what works and what doesn't work, and how to connect, right, the ideas so that we can build larger and larger systems, right, for educational use. So, which helped you learn more about me, right? When I gave you a bunch of words, or when I showed you photographs and told you stories about them, right? So I hope you see like the difference between just seeing a bullet list of words versus seeing pictures and then me telling stories, right? The power of being able to tell stories and have visual representation going along with those stories often helps situate our identities much, much better than just a bunch of words, right? But even more than that, I can tell you, I can even play you a video. So I'm going to play a quick video for you now. I'm going to make sure that my audio is set. Let's see. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Sorry. And I'm going to play this video, and I hope that the internet is fast enough that you can see this story with me.
I know that look. When in doubt, loses to you in a game. Did I really win? They're smiling. Are they smiling because they're proud of me? Or are they smiling because they let me win? I'm 7 years old, playing Othello with my aunt, a math teacher. She celebrates as I flip over an entire row, black to white, one side to another. Why isn't she upset that I just beat her? Why is she smiling? Again and again, this happens. I checkmate my uncle, an insurance adjuster. He shakes my hand, smiling face. Is he happy that the game is over? Or is he happy that I fell into his setup so that I could win? I can't tell behind that smile. I like playing games. It's always about seeing the pattern. When I see the pattern, I can figure out how to win. I did this in school too. In math, the problems become easy when I see the pattern. On the unit tests, I notice every word problem contains extra information, something that should be ignored. Every problem. Find the extra number, cross it out. I aced the test. I aced the class. My Mexican-American teacher brings me to the front of the classroom, puts a yellow ribbon on my shirt. I am the only one at the front of the room. I am the only Asian-American boy in this class. My teacher tells me how proud she is of me. She is smiling. I am proud, but this happens every year. Teachers applaud me for doing well in math. To them, Asian-American boys do well in math. I am a model minority. Later that day in band, my friend Eric, who plays trombone with me and is also half Chinese, tears the ribbon off of my shirt and pushes me off the band stage. I fall hard, hurt, shocked. I didn't see this coming at all. I didn't recognize this pattern. Eric is my friend. Eric is in the low track math class for 7th grade. I've been placed into the 7th grade honors math class as a 6th grader. I am a grade below Eric, but I've been placed in the math class above his. And as I look up, trying to pull myself back onto the band stage, I see Eric is not smiling. Eric has crumpled up my ribbon and thrown it on the ground. I'm one of the only Chinese American kids in my entire school. And it would be years before I understood what the model minority myth is, how it creates destructive stereotypes that position Asian American children as obedient, hardworking, and submissive math whizzes. The stereotype is used to blame other non-white children for their lack of academic achievement, instead of recognizing inequity, systemic racism, and the remnants of colonization. According to the model minority stereotype, Asian American children are naturally good at math and should be placed in advanced math classes. Non-Asian students get placed in remedial classes. Divide and conquer. But what about the Asian American kids who do not do well in math? What about the Black or Latinx kids who excel in mathematics? They don't fit the pattern. They are crossed out. As I grow up, I learned to see patterns. This pattern of the model minority myth specifically. More and more. I win more games. I take harder math classes. I get a PhD. But I'm still never really sure if they're letting me win or not. All I see are the smiles.
So that's an example of a math identity story, right? And a lot of the work that I do is getting students and teachers to start telling these stories themselves, but also making videos like this, right? To connect to how they can present their own story. And in doing that, knowing and understanding your own story. So how do I do this, right? So a lot of this is based on technology that I've built that's focused specifically on listening to children's mathematical and science thinking, right? So I'm just going to whip you through some of this, right? So I've built a game called Tesla, which is an immersive math game, an app called Thought Bubble, which allows students and teachers to talk to each other, SoapKeyCom S3, which allows real-time recording of action strategies, and a web app called Math Vision, which allows teachers to watch student video. Tesla was an immersive world game that was full of math puzzles that allowed students to just jump in and solve them. It had video games that are embedded with motivational constructs, engage middle schoolers to establish STEM identities. What I found with it is when I built the game is that all the students did not like the games that they're used to playing on an Xbox or PlayStation or even today online. So the content itself matters, right? The style, the substance, the ways that we try to build narratives, it matters when students are being told what to do versus when they're allowed to engage in their own narrative building. Allowed students to find a problem, try to solve it, and then a teacher would then watch the video of their solving it and engage them in mathematical talk. So a lot of times students love sharing their strategies with someone and strategies when they know that there's someone listening to them. Right? That was really fun to do. But what we found is the conversation between teacher and child took a long time. I mean, some of these conversations lasted an hour or an hour and a half between one child and one teacher. And it was unsustainable for us to build as a web app, but as a researcher, I found it fascinating that children just love to talk about math when they know that there's someone willing to talk back with them about it. SoapKeyCom allowed children to engage in solving math problems using a web interface, and then drag and drop different things to show their strategies. And the system would then categorize their strategies to give teachers real-time data to make math decisions in the classroom. What we found is, even if once teachers had access to real-time data about what the strategies their students are using, they were still overwhelmed with how to engage in making a decision about where to go in the lesson, where to go for the next step in the mathematical dialogue, right? But I think it showed a lot of promise as to how we can use digital technologies to record students' strategies and categorize them right away. So we can know, are students right, wrong, or are they using valid or invalid strategies, and how we can support them in their thinking. And Math Vision was a web app that allowed teachers to make videos of their students solving very specific math problems, understand the learning progression where the students are, but then they would be able to watch videos of each other's classroom. And then we found that the teachers then would meet together to watch the videos together. What this ended up doing was creating a culture here in the United States that doesn't exist, which is teachers watching videos of their students' mathematical thinking together. Such a very simple thing, but because of our access to devices such as our phones, it made it so easy for teachers to engage in some really deep mathematical conversations about their own students, sharing strategies with each other about how to better support their students, right? So all of this is the ways that my technology and the research I've been building is really focused on how do we use video and visual narratives to listen to children's mathematical thinking to better support mathematical learning. And if it all comes down to what I'm now calling digital STEM storytelling or digital math storytelling, which is connecting math and science stories to the cultures of YouTube and TikTok, right? For those of you who are in the classroom and work with students, right? We found, right? Like when we look at our polls, right? YouTube is by far, well, actually, look, now that we have more votes, it's not as much. A lot of people are saying teachers, right? But it's still the winner. Many of our students go directly to YouTube when they want to learn something. And so why not meet students where we know they're going to go? Why not meet students by making math stories? So what is digital math storytelling? Well, what do we think it is, right? I'm defining it as short video stories, about 1 to 5 minutes, that come from real world math experiences that showcase the complex mathematics they encountered in everyday life. And it just allows students to create video stories of the math that they do. And in that, they're able to see that math is everywhere and that they have an identity in math. They can create math. They can do math. And people in their families, communities are mathematically powerful. It's based on just a few frameworks. The idea of storytelling is a culturally sustaining practice that defines history, community funds of knowledge, that a lot of mathematics and knowledge doesn't exist just in the classroom or just in books, but exists in our families and our communities, right? Identities, that we create the identities, right? We want to create mathematics identities that push against stereotypes. Who actually holds math knowledge? Who is doing math, right? And then in these stories, being able to tell counter stories that push against the stereotypes that many of our students are engaged with. Do their teachers, do their society, do the adults around them see them as mathematically powerful? If not, can they tell a story that shows that they are mathematically powerful? Okay. So here's a few math stories that some of the teachers that I've worked with have engaged with, but I want to show you one that a kid makes, right? You know what, I'll show you one quick one. This one is one that's very simple, but it's just a teacher talking about, does she have time to get the coffee in the morning? Okay, that's a very quick one.
Every morning, I wake up at 6 a.m. But today, I'm getting Starbucks. I have exactly 45 minutes to get dressed. There we go, much better. It's now 7 o'clock, and I have to pack my lunch to be at work by 8, but still stop at Starbucks. Let's go. Grab my jacket, out the door. It's 7:30. Did I make it? Finally at work. But what time is it? 8 a.m. and I got that Starbucks. Couldn't get any better. Yeah.
All right.
Every morning, I wake up at...
Sorry. So that's a quick video that just shows you the power, right? So some of you might recognize this. If you're on TikTok, this is a video that sort of fits in the line of a TikTok video. It's short, it's very, very compact, right? And it just involves a bunch of very, very short sort of enactments that this teacher is thinking about. I do math every morning. Every morning I think, can I stop at Starbucks to get a cup of coffee before I have to go teach? And every day she has to do the math in her head. Do I have time to go to get a cup of coffee at Starbucks, spend the money before I go to school? And if I do, then it's a good day. If I don't, then I can't do it, right? And in that, she's showing that she does math every day. And it's not complicated math, but it is a real math that she is engaged with, right? And then when the teachers do that, then they ask the students to do that, right? And so this is a quick video that a 7th grade Asian American girl did and details how she spends and potentially makes money from making and selling earrings. I'll share this with you.
In 3rd grade, I got really interested in jewelry making, specifically earrings. The stuff I use to make the earrings are the actual dangly ear parts, wire, jewelry pliers, beads or charms, and the back parts. I know I will want to make myself a lot of pairs to wear for different occasions, so it takes me about 15 minutes to make a simple pair of earrings. And if I make a pair of earrings every single day, then I'll have 365 pairs after a year. However, I don't have a lot of earring ideas, and I can't exactly make the same pair twice. So if I can come up with one idea a week, then that's 52 pairs a year, which is still a lot. Even though the supplies are cheap, I still don't necessarily want to blow all my money on earring making. Joann's is where I buy all my supplies, and I usually spend $20 there on one trip. $20 can buy some plain dangly earrings, some beads, a pack of charms, and whatever random thing I want to buy. After thinking about it, I think $40 is a good amount to spend on earring making. $40 divided by 52 pairs is 77 cents each pair of earrings. Compared to other prices for earrings, that's a great deal. So there are a lot of different parts to each earring. So how much would each part cost if you divided the cost of 70 cents evenly? Or I could also try to figure out how much individual part costs in a pack.
So I hope you see in a video like this, we had a child look at the ways that she is doing math. She wants to make earrings. She wants to make earrings and think about how much it costs to make earrings, how much she can sell the earrings for. And it's something that she's deeply passionate about. And then now she's asking some really deep mathematical questions that are open-ended that the teachers can bring out to the whole classroom to solve, right? And so compare that to maybe if I was a teacher and I just gave students a word problem, or I told students, you know, earrings cost this much, you want to sell them for this much, solve the problem. In that, you don't invite the students to create their own narratives. You don't invite the students' identities in, and you don't create spaces for students to tell their own story, right? To connect the identities and the community knowledge to the ways that they're situating themselves with mathematics. So I think that's about my time, right? But I just wanted to sort of broadly show you a lot of the work that I've been doing. It all sort of culminates with this idea of digital math storytelling. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate all of you being here. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me and talk about some of the many ideas that I've been enacting. And I'd love to open this up for any questions or comments or move to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Theodore Chow from the Ohio State University, the USA. Very insightful topics here on this particular like storytelling in mathematics teaching. And I'm also, I've got actually some questions, but I will keep it later until the other participants have questions to ask. I will now open a question and answer session, in particular for both Dr. Kali and Associate Professor Chow. We've got a lot of participants here in this room. Let me speak in Indonesian for a while. Bapak Ibu, jika ada pertanyaan, silahkan bertanya. Jika tidak bisa dalam bahasa Inggris, silahkan sampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia. Saya akan menerjemahkannya dalam bahasa Inggris untuk dua presenter kita hari ini. Saya persilahkan. So the questions is for both Dr. Chow and Dr. Kali. Silahkan Bapak Ibu. Okay. I think he seems to be hesitant to ask questions, or they're not in this room anymore. I'm not sure. Dr. Your insights. I've seen that your the implementation of your app for digital apps for mathematics learning and teaching is mostly engaged or implemented for primary students. Do you think this could be generalized in a higher level of education, such as high school or university students? I know you can like the storytelling using technology. I've seen this applicable for some light mathematics topics, complicated mathematics topics. And what is your biggest challenge in applying this in the United States? And you know that in Indonesia, applying technology is a little bit challenging. Mostly students are not really asked to use technology such as looking at YouTube or etc. Teachers are afraid that they will misuse technologies if they are exposed more in technologies. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I really appreciate it. So I hear multiple parts of the question. So I can answer the first part. You know, my work in digital math storytelling is taking an idea that actually comes from literacy education, right? A lot of English-based literacy education focuses a lot on storytelling, but it hasn't really been used in math and science a lot. And I think for me, it's, you know, I am a math teacher and I've taught in the United States, I've taught in Japan, and I've seen the ways that math is sometimes taught in ways that are about regurgitation, obedience, and control. Right? They're not necessarily about thinking and not especially opening up strategies, right? For those of us who live and work in engineering spaces or math spaces, right? As an engineer, when I do math, I'm sometimes solving problems that I don't know if there's any answer to, but I talk to other people about it and we try different things and we might not get there, but in the trying and the talking, we're doing math, we're doing science. But in the classroom, sometimes it's rare to see students actually doing math or doing science. They're just taking tests, memorizing procedures, solving problem after problem after problem the same way, the most efficient way. And oftentimes not really engaging in independent thought, but engaging in regurgitation and obedience. And so I think that by being able to use a storytelling or narrative component in math and science, not just in the United States, but I think worldwide, allows us to expose the ways that we think that we're teaching math well is not actually teaching math. We're actually teaching students how to do well on tests. We're actually students how to do well on regurgitating information, but we're not really doing a good job of getting students' creative ideas connected to science and math. And so my hope is that, you know, what I'm trying to do is connect to ideas that are coming from higher education and coming from literacy and connect them more close to mathematics and science. So I think there already is a lot of work out there in storytelling and digital storytelling. And I just think I'm trying to get it to connect to what we call STEM education. For the ideas of how this might connect to the Indonesian classroom, the Indonesian space, I've thought about this a little bit, but actually I wonder if one of my colleagues here, Angga Hidayat, wants to unmute and talk about this, because he's been thinking about this a lot, particularly in his role as a former math teacher in Indonesia.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Chow. Very insightful. And let me have some more questions from the participants. I've seen in the chat column, a participant said that they have once made some kind of poetry for math class with the students, and they upload it to TikTok. I think this is related to what you've presented before, making a narrative and uploaded this to TikTok, and but this time with a poem for a mathematics class. Very interesting one. Okay, let me see if I've got some questions in the chat column. Jika ada yang mau raise hand, silakan bertanya. Jika tidak, saya akan segera menyelesaikan sesi ini. Ya.
Excuse me.
Yes.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
a question. Thank you, Dr. Chow, for sharing the insightful presentation. And I'm sure in the States now it's in the evening, right? Yeah. Thank you very much. I would like, so I would like to ask about the challenges during the having the online class. In the United States, do you face network, okay, among the students? Because when I was there, the network was quite good and fast. So during this pandemic, do teachers face problems such as some of the students could not get connected easily, so so how do they encounter this problem and challenges? Thank you, Dr. Chow, for joining us.
I appreciate it. This is Dr. Yusuf, is that right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate the invitation. I appreciate just the ability to sort of engage in thinking about this. So I think that it's often sometimes here in the United States, it's easy to only see what people want to share out, right? And so it's easy to see that from television and from media that everything in the United States goes well, but that's not the truth, right? We have very similar problems in terms of internet access and technology access, particularly within our more low-income and lower socioeconomic class communities, right? And so a lot of this work I did by working specifically with community centers in which children would show up, and we would use the internet and the Wi-Fi together, and they would have to open up their Chromebooks. During the pandemic, it was very difficult. A lot of our schools shut down, and many children didn't have internet access from their home. So I was able to go into a community center, and then we actually had a bus go around the neighborhood and bringing children in the community center, giving them food, giving them snacks, giving them a space to enact and work on their computers. And the digital storytelling was seen as a bonus because it was different than just being on a phone, just being on their computers, having to do online school all day. And they were able to have some fun building narratives and making videos, in essence, allowing students the free time to make YouTube or make TikTok videos. And what I was trying to do was also ask them to make their videos about math, right? But those problems still exist here in the United States, and sometimes one way I found is by connecting with the ideas of YouTube and TikTok, many of the families understand what we're trying to get to. But if we ask them to do something that's an online education or going to an educational website, they might not be able to know that because they don't necessarily know how to get there on their phone, right, or other things, right? Yeah. So I hope that answers your question a little bit.
Thank you, Dr. Chow. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yusuf, for your questions. And I think if the participants have no questions, we might end the session pretty soon because I know it is already late at night in the USA. And I want Dr. Chow to stay longer with us. I know it's going to be Monday pretty soon, Dr. Chow over there. We'll let you go. Ladies and gentlemen, for this session, I would like to thank Dr. Kali Charanrath and Dr. Theodore Associate Professor at Ohio State University. On behalf of the seminar committee, I would like to do a symbolic handing over of the appreciation certificate to Associate Professor Chow and Dr. Kali, and this would be also held by the committee. Ibu Wade, silakan, dan panitia.
Yes. Panitia mohon ditampilkan sertifikatnya.
Sudah siap ya Ibu Ode sertifikatnya untuk bisa ditampilkan. Ya. Is presented to Dr. Kalicharan Rath for his contribution and participation in this international seminar conducted by the educational doctoral study program at the Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, Indonesia. And we appreciate your time. Thank you very much for supporting this event. Thank you. And this also a certificate of appreciation presented to Associate Professor Theodore Chow, PhD, from the Ohio State University, for also another insightful topics in digital learning. Thank you very much for your time and your support. I know it's already late, but you spare some time with us. Thank you very much, Dr. Theodore Chow, and we would like to see you both again in the next opportunity in the future, if it is still possible. Thank you very much, and we wish you sayonara. Thank you. We will be sending this certificate via email, and we will be having a 10 minutes break after this before we continue to the next session with Dr. Yusuf. Thank you very much. That's all. Goodbye for now. Thank you. Saya persilahkan kepada panitia untuk melanjutkan kembali sesi ini. Panitia silahkan dilanjutkan. Saya mohon undur diri. We've got already here joining with us Dr. Yusuf for the next session. Saya pamit dulu Bapak Ibu semuanya. Thank you very much for staying with us in session 1. See you in session 2.
Thank you very much, Novrianti, Bapak Novrianti Nafu, PhD, for the great contribution for the first session as our moderator. And ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to the next session, the second session. And before that, I would like to inform you that for the absentee, it will be shared at the end of our seminar. So please be patient to wait for the certificate. Baik Bapak Ibu, akan masuk ke sesi kedua, dan pada sesi kedua ini akan ada 3 pembicara, dan kemudian terkait dengan absen akan diberikan pada akhir kegiatan. Jadi Bapak Ibu, kegiatan ini akan berlangsung kurang lebih sampai sore hari nanti, jadi mohon kesabarannya untuk tetap di link Zoom, di dalam room Zoom ini. Terima kasih. Well, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. It's almost afternoon here. So, and a very warm welcome to our honorable keynote speakers and for all the audience who join us through this Zoom meeting. Now we are moving to the second session. of the international seminar with the title Digital Literacy in Formal Online Education. My name is Wodeti Hardianti. I will be the moderator for the second session. And for this session, we have, as I mentioned before, we have three speakers who are going to present for today. And the first speaker is Dr. Muhammad Hilmi Baihaqi Yusuf from University Islam Sultan Syarif Ali, Brunei Darussalam.
Assalamualaikum.
Can you hear me?
I'm good, thank you very much.
What should I call you, doctor?
Baihaqi. Hilmi is okay.
Okay, thank you. So before I let Dr. Hilmi to present his presentation, I would like to read a short biography from Dr. Hilmi. Dr. Hilmi is currently a lecturer at the Faculty of Islamic Development Management, Sultan Syarif Ali Islamic University, or it's UNISA, Brunei Darussalam, as well as the University Heads of Professional Development Unit. He specialized in philosophy of Islam and science education. He obtained in field of mathematics and physics from University of Brunei Darussalam. And while studying at the university, he learned various classical Islamic texts and received ijazat from various psych. Okay, and after graduating his master, he was granted a special scholarship named Graduate Research Scholarship by UBD for pursuing his PhD research. And at the age of 28, he successfully defended his PhD. And also he was previously a visiting lecturer at George Washington University, Canada. Well, without further ado, I would let Dr. Hill send his paper. Please, the floor is yours, sir. Yeah, you can start your presentation, Dr. Hilmi, please.
Let me, first of all, let me share my screen first. You're able to see my screen?
Yes, it's clear, yeah.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahil qail, subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana innaka antal alimul hakim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Thank you very much for inviting me this morning. Dear respected guests, speakers, students, teachers, very good morning. So, and very good in the States, our friend just now joining us. Today, I would like to share with you about the role of education in achieving the Brunei Digital Economy Master Plan 2020 to 2025. I start my talk with the quote from the Quran. Yarfa'illahu alladhina amanu minkum walladhina utul ilma darajat. This reflects the importance of acquisition of knowledge, especially to those who love to learn, that Allah will raise some those who have belief among you and those who were given knowledge by degrees. So my talk will cover about the introduction, the Brunei Digital Economy Master Plan, the objective, vision and mission, and key players and cluster development key enablers in digital economic master plan. And secondly, about the governance of education. And the third one is analyzing the digital economic master plan, okay, in terms of the some of the important measurement. Now, of course, we'd like to share a little bit about the impact of COVID-19 in achieving our digital economic master plan, okay, through the angle of education. And the last issue we'll discuss on the way forward, okay, and challenges. This is a little background about our country. Okay, we gained independence in 1984, and on the independence, it is declared that Brunei uphold to the national philosophy of Malay Islamic monarchy, or called Melayu Islam Beraja, sebuah negara Melayu Islam Beraja. And in 2017, okay, His Majesty the Sultan, as the ruler of the country, declared about our vision, Brunei Vision 2035. It aimed to produce, develop well-educated and high-skilled, the quality of life, and the third important issue is about the producing dynamic and sustainable economy. And in 2020, we are moving forward, okay, in forming the Digital Economy Master Plan 2020. And hopefully in the 2025, we'll become a smart nation, a transformation to digital society, digital governance, and digital economy. And in 2035, hopefully we'll become an innovative modern society in sustainable and digital dynamic economic with highly skilled and well-educated people. So this is the background of our digital economy master plan, which is also aimed towards the vision 2035. Okay, but it first starts with about the importance of preserving our identity, which is upholding the national philosophy Malay Islamic monarchy, or in Melayu we call Melayu Islam Beraja. Well, this is about introduction of Brunei Digital Economy Master Plan, or we call DEM. Okay, because in 2019, His Majesty also emphasized that the Digital Economic Council was set up, okay, whom responsible to a smart nation. So DEM is a 5 years plan, 42 pages documents presented by ministers, Prime Minister's Office, Minister Technology Info Communication, that will strive and improve social, economic, and technology landscape of the country. So the important vision and the vision to transform Brunei Darussalam into a smart nation, and while the mission to drive and enhance Brunei Darussalam socio-economic growth through digital transformation, and transforming Brunei Darussalam into smart nation will be driven by 3 major components, which is the digital government, digital economy, and digital society. Why we are moving towards digital? I think it is was also emphasized from the in order to reducing the use of papers, for example. So this is one of the advantages towards digital economy. So these are the key enablers and clusters. Okay, clusters of digital economy, of course, transportation. Okay, in energy sectors, business services, tourism, financial services, health, agriculture, industry. Okay, these are the main clusters in the digital economy, and education is one of the critical part, okay, in order to sustain the literacy among the people of Brunei. And what kind of approach are we using? It's actually the called whole of government and whole of nation approach. So the strategic planning measurement in the context of Brunei is based on historical, economic, and social perspective, and whole of nation approach, where by policies and strategic and the people. Okay, so for example, the Prime Minister Office said that the strengthened by the spirit of solidarity and the whole of nation approach. The potential opportunities of digital economy is here to be fully leveraged upon the strong collaboration between the government, the private sectors, academia, and the consumers alike. So the whole of nation approach with the population of 430,000 people approximately. Okay, these are it's easily aimed towards the whole of government or whole of nation approach. So these are the three success measurement, okay, towards digital economy master plan. One is the vibrant sustainable economy. Okay, hopefully that the indicators increase contribution of the digital sector to GDP growth, increase GDP generated from other economic sectors from digital transformation. And the second key measure is widespread use of ICT in major industries. Secondly, increased rate of Bruneians with access to broadband as a basic utility. This is a kind of blessing in disguise. During the pandemic, okay, there's increased number of broadband usage, okay, because the only way that class can be carried out effectively is through online during the pandemic. And thirdly, improve quality of life through inclusive access to digital services. Fourth, digital literacy rate among Bruneians. Okay, in these indicators are some that we have achieved. And the third key measurement is digital conducive ecosystem. The indicators are: want to be the top 40 of International Telecommunication Union (ITU), the IC Development Index. Okay, would like to increase the ICT Development Index, and the use of ICT intensity and usage, and of course skills, capabilities, including education and enrollment. Okay, so these are the current digital landscape. In Global Cyber Security Index, we are on the 64th ranking out of 94. On the e-Government Development Index, we are on the 59th out of 190 countries. And ICT Development Index, we are 53 out of 176 countries. And the Global Innovation Index, we are only on the 71th place out of 129 countries. We are still, say, in the middle, or that's one of the important key factors that we are trying to work out about the Global Innovation Index. Of course, it will comes with education and business and private sectors as well, and of course, okay, these are the four important index. Okay, yeah. So that's the landscape, and the government of Brunei Digital Economy Master Plan 2025. Brunei are still behind compared to the other developed countries, okay, and our ASEAN neighboring countries such as Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand. The commitment in infrastructure, however, should uphold the establishment of UNN, okay, one of the company in Brunei which is responsible, okay, to set up these digital devices, okay, to help the government to fulfill the digital economic master plan. So, what's the role of the Ministry of Education? Okay, the Ministry of Education, of course, is responsible for the entire education system in Brunei Darussalam. Towards systematic structured reforms with respect to education policy structure, hopefully that it's able to transform its education landscape in support with the nation drive to realize its vision 2035. Okay, of course, the SPN 21, okay, or Sistem Negara Abad ke-21 was formed, okay, equipped with the 21st century skills required beyond the academic curriculum, such as communication, critical thinking, numeracy, and information and communication technology and skills. Okay, so about the subject of computer studies, Ministry of Education or MOE, okay, introduced this computer studies in 1993. It was a standardized subject, okay, and design and technology was developed in 2002, and this was the importance of IT was first the teaching and learning of the usage of ICT across the curriculum. Okay, teachers were emphasized to use ICT in teaching and learning, and also assessing students' assessment. Okay, so in the first few stage, okay, the most important thing is the availability of devices. Okay, we can observe that the first one is the importance of supply of laptops to teachers. Okay, and also the projectors, for the teachers to use slides. Okay, way before we use OHP. Okay, students are able to use this technology. So this is our background of the formal education, transformation of formal education. Okay, from 1912, okay, and 1954. Okay, the first formal education was set up in 1950s, and it's important to highlight. Okay, in 2005, it's the ministry focused on technical and institute for higher learning. Okay, so try to improve, okay, or focus on education. Okay, so apart from the academic part, we also are focusing on this technical education, and of course, okay, in the 2027, okay, there's strategic planning by the Ministry of Education to prepare for the new education system, which is called SPN 21, Sistem Pendidikan Negara Abad ke-21, is realizing the national vision. So all of this work is aimed towards the vision of Brunei Darussalam 2035. I would like to share with you, because this is highly influenced. The philosophy of Melayu Islam Raja is highly influenced to the life of Bruneian. I would like to share with you about the importance of knowledge, acquisition of knowledge in Islamic perspective from Hisham bin Hassan. Useful for us because we recite this prayer almost every day, which is Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Okay, oh Lord, give us good in this world and give us good in hereafter. And the Sahabat asked, what does this mean? And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, knowledge and worship is for this world. Okay, qala fi ad-dunya al-ilm wal ibadah. In this world, it's about knowledge and worship, ibadah. And wafil akhirah al jannah, and in paradise, of course, for the things that we get in the hereafter. Okay, so that's the might be some of the religious teachers might be, oh, this is not part of our responsibility towards digital. No, this is all of our responsibility. And it should be, support. We must support this strategic planning. So in terms of formulation of smart nation, there are a lot of several literature review. Okay, for example, Sujata 2016, the 6 important pillars or factors are, of course, the social, managing things, economy, legal, technology, and sustainability. Legal is often neglected, in some cases, because that's why there are increased number of crimes, digital crimes. Okay, so these are the example of the Sujata 6 important factors. Okay, in terms of the social, we have to take care about the social. For example, Dr. Chow just now shared about the importance of community centers. Okay, in order to maintain the social well-being of the people, and management in terms of managing or disseminating digital devices. Okay, economy, without stable economy will not be able to move towards this master plan. So strong economical impact is quite critical as well. Legal, and of course the technology comes with knowledge, and in order for us, the most important element is about sustainability is very, very critical, so that we can this kind of things that we have started, okay, will be able to we will be benefit for the future generation. So in the terms of the concept of education in smart nation, also called smart education, we are talking about the acquisition of knowledge. We are talking about the information, not just about the knowledge, is the words information, and the learning process. And at the end, talks about the creativity. Okay, how the use of videos, okay, for instance, okay, have enhanced students' understanding in teaching and learning. So as I said that, okay, in order for us to progress, we must not forget the culture, okay, which for Brunei it is very critical. It is to preserve the philosophy, the national philosophy, which is Melayu Islam Beraja. Okay, yeah. So all of the legal things, okay, all of the things that we do digitally, okay, it's quite critical for us, okay, to suit with the Malay Islamic monarchy identity, okay, because we are living in the world without borders. Okay. In terms of digitizing education, okay, of course there's a pro and con. MOE, Ministry of Education, is embarking on a long-term strategy with the Ministry of Education Digital Transformation Plan, okay, in making digital learning a new norm in the education system. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the online education gaps between privileged and needy students. As what was mentioned before, limited internet access due to high data costs and lack of digital devices in households must be addressed. Okay. I think in terms of helping, funds, we must also put some disseminate the funds into a specific name or objective, which is to supply digital devices to these needy people. Okay. The problem with this fund, sometimes it was general, mostly for, of course, home, food, and drinks. Okay, but it is also important to highlight the teaching devices. Okay, for example, maybe digital device funds for the needy. Okay, because this needs fees, monthly fees, in order for them to sustain okay, in terms of enjoying learning and teaching and learning, okay, especially in this era. Assessment on education. In today's dynamic and ever-changing world, education all has never been more a priority than it's now. Okay. However, there are a few challenges that we need to think about. First, in advocating for technology, and second is for funding. Who will fund, okay, this project or supply to those needy family? Adaptability, of course, when we talk with adaptability, it's something to do with the environment. And the fourth one is social interaction. If the students did not or minimize social interaction, okay, in terms of the online platform, how will they feel that it is critical in their life or in their teaching and learning? However, Brunei SPN21 system able to adapt with technology and fulfill digital economic master plan's requirement and in need of only minimum alterations towards the education system. So during the pandemic, of course, okay, to contain, okay, because once we you know we at the moment we are blessed that the number of local COVID case has decreased gradually, okay, and in Brunei we feel that for about more than a year we did not experience a local COVID positive case, okay, until the second wave struck us. So the first one of the movement, okay, to contain the spread of is the school closure, okay, and of course, okay, in the first wave that was in 2020, the impact had caused closure of school, university, and other institutions. Society were not prepared. We are not prepared for that, and the outbreak has cost millions of dollars from the development fund to pay for medicine and vaccine. Okay, that was from the Prime Minister's office. And in 2021, okay, for about a year plus, we did not experience any, local COVID positive case. But somewhere in August, okay, suddenly the first local COVID case, and of course, people are already prepared for that, okay, because since the first wave, they are already equipped with some of the knowledge and practice that they have, encountered. So, digital services and infrastructure users spike quickly. Okay, so that's also, the blessing in disguise that the COVID-19 enhanced students, teachers, and the people to use digital technology devices. The analysis for the digital economic master plan, okay, in order to spur the changes and achieve the mission of Wawasan 2035 and digital economic master plan, Brunei Darussalam has to look into a dynamic system that serves the people and community. One of the changes that need to be done is by digitizing the education. This has been done already. Brunei Darussalam, okay, experienced a turbulent journey towards accomplishing digital economic master plan. There are some unpredicted situations happen, such as the outbreak of pandemic COVID-19 twice in Brunei. So the governance of education system is happening not only through the reshaping of the work of policymakers and to the bureaucratic organs of government as data-driven departments, but also to the way that leaders, teachers, and learners and other stakeholders are solicited by software system to do things in different ways. So these are the indicator, okay. The internet users and the internet penetration has increased rapidly, okay. And the education impact, Brunei, huge number of youth have increased the number of internet users in 2020 by 1.1%. Okay, about 4,488 people, mainly due to schools and exams, to 96.1%, while in the internet penetration in Brunei Darussalam stood at 95%. So in digital economic master plan, the number will shows a very high achievement. Okay, so the success of digital economic master plan depends on collective and coordinated roles of all stakeholders. That's why we call the whole of nation approach. Okay, so since Brunei, yeah.
Dr. Hilmi, you got like 2 minutes before
Okay.
the time.
Thank you very much for the reminder. So the discussion, the precondition of innovating according to the US Best State Science and Technology Institute, the critical condition for the support of innovation and entrepreneurship includes the presence of an access of educated technology. Okay, how people can use about this, supplied technology. It depends on training, education, experience, management talent. Okay, this is how to recruit local talent in all levels. Sufficient source of funding and capital. This is really, really critical. Social as well as professional networks. And lastly, available facilities and physical spaces. So Brunei Darussalam, through digital economic master plan and education system, have the qualities and condition. However, we are still like in the past in terms of specialists, cost, internet speed, and limited land availability. Evidence, Brunei ranked 7 in ASEAN for the broadband speed. And we are ranked 173 in world broadband price comparison. So the way forward is we need a standard data. Okay. At the moment, we are limited access data to access the digital economic master plan as a collective cohesion. Okay, we need a standard data to see the patterns and trends for education. And the Brunei Darussalam commitment to international organizations should be improved, especially by OECD, the World Bank, and IMF to increase access of our potential. And funding the need will show down the progress of digitalization due to high cost of device, internet, and mobile services. And fourth, we need to reflect the purpose of DEM is to move Brunei to a smart nation. And Brunei needs to reflect our progress in access the development. Secondly, Brunei need to introduce comprehensive roadmap to detail our strategy in achieving this Brunei digital economy master plan. Okay. So as a conclusion, the 3 important factors is, of course, adaptability in our education system. And we are using mixed indicators, comparative study, okay. High appropriate statistic need to be accessed, okay, in order for us to analyze further. And of course, technology adaptation, okay, software and programming, education system and require minimum changes in curriculum and syllabus. This is part of critical factors. And lastly, finance and structure need to be inclusive, need and unfortunate people, okay. We need to think about these groups of people, okay, how they are able to or blessed with this technology with the help of the supply of and also supply of this device, part of supplying adequate knowledge to them. So thank you very much for having me, okay, and hope we can have a discussion session later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hilmi, for the great presentation that you have mentioned. Now we are move to the next speaker. For our second session is Professor Dr. Nevianti Jafri, SPDI, from Gorontalo State University, Indonesia. Hello, Prof. Hello, Prof. Are you ready to present on the second session? All right, I think we still have some technical issue here. All right. Yes, I think we are still waiting for Professor Nofri to join us because maybe the connection is not really good here. For your information, here is blackout. The power is off. So yeah, maybe some difficulties is here we face. Yes, that's true, Dr. Hilmi. Like,
so if we have the platform, okay, that can cover the power system, that will be, you know, that will be the next big company that we can see. Okay.
Yeah.
The alternate source for for the power supply.
Yeah.
Maybe solar generated laptops.
Yeah. I'm sorry for the delay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I will try to contact Prof. Nofri again if she's available or she's here. All right. Well, I think I lost some connection. I lost a connection before. So I invite all participants to ask questions to Dr. Hilmi. If you have any question, just click the raise hand button, or you can write your question on our chat box. Don't be hesitate to ask question for Dr. Hilmi.
You have any question or maybe some suggestion?
Okay, I think my connection is really bad here.
You know, in our region, we are experiencing heavy rain. So hopefully the network goes smoothly. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for time.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. I'm interested your presentation about master plan, digital economy master plan. I see maybe in my country is many problem about the technology.
Yeah.
I want to ask you something. How to elaborate the system education education system and technology adapting. How to elaborate? Because I think in my country is many problem about technology, because there is
boleh berbahasa juga Pak.
There is banyak daerah pelosok.
Ya.
How to elaborate about the education system and technology adapting? Thank you.
Can I ask you for the formal education in Indonesia, is it governed by the daerah, or I mean there's a specific there's a similar subject offered all across the country? Bagaimana dia punya sistem sistem pendidikan? Adakah pendidikan itu beberapa subjek seperti Pancasila mungkin sama bagi semua peringkat?
Overall same with all daerah.
Sama ya. Okay. For Brunei experience, the critical part for our I think one of the most critical thing is about the introduction of computer subjects. Okay, as I said, in 1993, and the introduction of technology subjects in 2000, info communication ICT subject in 2002. Okay, so that's one of the critical factors. And secondly is the importance of integrating the usage of ICT in assessing the students. Okay, but the big problem is, how about those students who don't have computers? That's why it's if one of the challenge is in order to realizing about this framework, we have to look at the quality of life of our society, so that these people will not far left behind. Okay, that's why in Islamic system there's a called zakat. Okay, but the question is how the effectiveness of this zakat, okay, was the effectiveness of giving out this fund, okay, is also critical. Okay, so in our case, okay, there's during the COVID-19, when COVID-19 first stopped Brunei. Okay, one of the important critical thing that was taken, okay, by the government is to think about supplies of laptops and computers to those needy, okay, to these needy people. Supply of laptops and computers is different from supplying broadbands. The laptop does not come with the broadband, you see. So again, okay, if they live far away from the city, okay, the important critical element that we need to take account into is about the broadband, the Wi-Fi access again. That's why continuous funding in terms of giving fees to these people is also critical. You know, some students, they have to postpone their studies due to these factors. You see, so actually COVID-19, okay, also does not also improve our digital infrastructure, but also to think about those people in need. Okay, those people in need. So that's why there must be a continuous funding. Okay, I hope that specifically for those funding specifically to supply, okay, broadband device, and the fees for that for the continuation of study and teaching and learning going on at the home. This is really, really critical. That's why I asked about in the United States, okay, because I was some of the states before, and I live in the city, and we don't have encountered big problems or Wi-Fi access in the city. But to those who live far away, they also encountered the same problem. And what the previous speaker said, that the importance of community center. So how effective is our community center then? That's the next question. That's why I explained to you the 6 principal things, okay, in order for you to think or to indicate the most important critical indicator is the 6 important key factors, right? In social structure, okay, and also funding, devices, knowledge, okay. So I think that's why we are moving towards technical education as well, focusing on technical education as well, because technical education emphasizing on producing technology. Okay, so I hope that's answer your question, because if we look at the best universities in the world, it's also they are adapting the system of wakaf, endowment, berapa uang yang disalurkan kan ke dalam bidang ilmu pengetahuan. Jadi itu di antara faktor yang penting ya. Mudah-mudahan yang mulia Bapak Prof sudah dapat join kita ya Pak. Terima kasih.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any suggestion or opinion while waiting for our invited speaker? Thank you again for inviting me in this interesting session. Thank you. Hopefully in the near future, we will able to have a physical seminar. Ya, seminar physical. Kita bisa ketemu.
So, sir, yeah, maybe I'm use Indonesian language for saya cukup tertarik dengan yang disampaikan tadi. Mungkin maybe you can give me one example to make education system to technology editing? How to can elaborate in your country? Because saya ingin negara saya juga seperti demikian.
Ya.
Karena seluruh daerah dengan adanya adaptasi teknologi itu bisa memajukan sistem pendidikan yang ada.
Ya, terima kasih ya Pak. Sebenarnya satu contoh ya, saya semasa sebelum masuk S1 saya masih arah digitasi ini bukan satu proses yang cepat, memakan masa sekurang-kurangnya mungkin infrastruktur juga harus dipikirkan. Jadi saya masih, ini pengalaman saya juga bisa berbahasa ya.
Oh iya.
Ya, jadi boleh diuji ya, ini daripada sinetron ya. Daripada sebelum masuk S1, saya masih ingat bahwa dalam peringkat awalnya supply beberapa keperluan seperti proyektor ini hanya dipasang kepada kelas-kelas tertentu pada peringkat awal. Kemudian sudah beberapa tahun hampir ke semua kelas sudah dipasang. Jadi pada peringkat awal hanya guru-guru sahaja menggunakan teknologi komputer semasa pengajaran mereka. Kemudian setelah beberapa laptop diberikan kepada sekolah, laptop komputer riba, di sana gunakan komputer bahasa komputer riba, ya, komputer riba, laptop sudah banyak diberikan kepada sekolah, maka masyarakat ataupun penduduk pelajar-pelajar bisa menggunakan. Pada peringkat awal saya masih ingat kita cuma menggunakan desktop, pelajar-pelajar pergi ke library perpustakaan untuk membuat dia punya assignment. Tapi pada masa ini mereka boleh meminjam laptop di perpustakaan. Kemudian setelah beberapa tahun, apabila the demand of laptop is higher, then the price of the laptop decrease. And then juga itu kita lihat ya, pada peringkat awal laptop berjenama Acer itu mahal, kemudian setelah ramai orang membeli, maka harga itu menurun. Ini kecuali dengan Apple lah, Apple itu terlalu tinggi ya. Jadi dengan adanya ini juga, jadi masyarakat itu semakin pandai menggunakan laptop ini. Kemudian setelah harga itu juga memainkan peranan penting, supply bantuan daripada kerajaan itu diantara sangat-sangat perkara penting. Jadi sekarang ini untuk supaya masyarakat kita ini boleh menggunakan teknologi dengan baik, yang paling penting itu selain daripada penguasaan ilmu ialah infrastruktur. Bagaimana kita, misalnya perpustakaan kampung ya, mungkin boleh bermula daripada sana. Perpustakaan kampung di kampung provinsi, perpustakaan itu bagaimana beberapa komputer yang ada di sana. Jadi saya masih ingat pada peringkat awal, apabila kita tidak mempunyai komputer, kita pergi ke kedai-kedai kafe cyber. Sekarang tempat kita kadang-kadang kafe cyber itu dia punya kegunaan itu semakin rendah, karena kebanyakan masyarakat sudah mempunyai komputer ya. Jadi pada peringkat awal bagaimana komputer ini dapat digunakan dalam satu provinsi ya. Kemudian adanya knowledge, dan yang ketiga paling penting adalah guru memainkan peranan penting, bagaimana mendorong, how teachers encourage the students to use, for example, in the first place, maybe PowerPoint presentation. the use of PowerPoint presentation or the use of videos in doing presentation. Karena itu dalam sistem pendidikan negara kita, sebelum kita menduduki ke peringkat menengah atas yang mengikuti Cambridge University Exam Board, kita mempunyai sistem pendidikan yang mana kita punya sistem itu dinamakan school based assessment, itu mengambil kira sebagai kegunaan teknologi di dalam sistem permekahan. Nah, ini diantara yang paling kritikal. Jadi untuk sebelum kita memasyarakatkan digital ini, pentingnya para guru mendorong diri mereka sendiri menguasai ilmu itu, kemudian mereka dapat gunakan, kemudian para pelajar akan dapat terinspirasi dengan menggunakan teknologi ini. Walaupun ini Pak, proses ini bukan seperti mana yang saya terangkan, bukan 1-2 tahun. Dan saya masih ingat sekarang hampir ke semua sekolah itu sudah mempunyai bilik-bilik darjah, mereka mempunyai alat-alat presentasi, mengikut media presentasi itu hampir kebanyakan bilik darjah mempunyai itu. Jadi dalam masa mungkin ini proses bukan 1-2 tahun, Pak. Jadi
long time. Okay. Thank you, sir. Oke.
Terima kasih.
Ya.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Dr. Hilmi Behaki, for your nice presentation. Can you hear me? Okay, the light is off in Gorontalo.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have some barriers, yeah, because of the light. So then, thank you so much for your nice presentation, and we will. Okay, before the next, we will give you a certificate, but before we are going to have a certificate for you, we are going to invite Dr. Alexis Enriquez for giving a nice presentation. Okay, Miss Dr. Alexis Enriquez, time is available for you.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's already afternoon here in the Philippines. It's 12:10. All right,
Yes.
12:10
Okay.
noon. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Could you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, clear. Thank you.
Oh, very clear. Thank you so much. So I'd like to thank, of course, my brother, okay, Dr. Chris Chawan, for this invitation. Although it's a 15-minute sharing rather with you, I don't want to lecture because what I'll be talking about is already widely known to all of you. So good afternoon. This is Dr. Alexis A. Enriquez from the Philippines, an associate professor at the University of Abra. So just to let you know, my institution is already awarded as the University of Abra, the only university in the province with 27 municipalities here. So we are the only university in this province. Before, its name was the Abra State Institute of Sciences and Technology. So thank you so much for for the opportunity to share with you, all right, what I have in mind about digital literacy. So I would like to share with you the title of this sharing with you, my dear brothers and sisters in Indonesia, is Digital Era and Youth Empowerment. Okay. I think Dr. Christian is screen sharing my simple bio note with you. All right, no need to read about that, Dr. Christian. So with my researches, digital literacy is really a primordial need with this digital era. With the onset and with the advent of this pandemic, when the classroom is already brought home inside our homes, and parents become the pseudo teachers inside the home or inside their houses, we can't help but really be abreast with digital literacy, a lot of skills on the use of technology, and of course, taking into account its opportunity and somehow on the bad side, its negative impact, most especially to children and to our students. Digital literacy is having the skills once to live, all right, and to learn and work in a society where communication and access to information is increasingly through digital technologies like internet platforms like we have right now, social media, and other mobile devices. This is also developing one's critical thinking, since this is very, very essential when our students or our children are confronted with so much information in different formats, like searching, sifting, evaluating, applying, and producing information that would require them to think critically. Communication is also a key aspect on digital literacy. When communicating in virtual environments, the ability to clearly express their ideas, ask relevant and important questions, maintain respect, and build trust is just as important as when communicating via face-to-face or in person. I came across a most appropriate research, okay, wherein the respondents are youths, all right, in Indonesia. And this research is a collaborative research by Lutia, right, Wibowo, also with Vidya Kusumastuti and Angeline. And their research is titled The Role of Digital Literacy and Online Opportunity and Online Risk in Indonesian Youth. Okay, so the parameter of this research is on your country, all right? And the respondents aged 17 to 24 teens or youth. And these respondents are, most of them, 82% of these respondents are university students. So the internet and digital devices have become an important part of life among the youth, 17 to 24 Indonesian youth. During the COVID-19 pandemic in your country, internet use in youth increased by 19.3%, and that is 11.6 hours a day. So you could just imagine that the youth, Indonesian youth, well, sparingly, not of course with the Philippine setup, more so with us since we are already on online education. We are not spared from students and even my children, because I'm a mother of two, all right? I really see them a lot using their mobile devices, and if not with their mobile devices, they also make use of their laptops. So they have this gadgets, this laptop with their laptops as their mom, okay? Because most of their time they are into these devices. So that's 11.6 hours a day. So it's just half of their lives, half of the day, they indulge themselves into this technology. Youths gain a lot of opportunities from the internet, but it also exposes them to various risks. With the current pandemic situation, the internet is not only a necessity, it is also has become a dependency. Although the internet has numerous benefits, we all know that, internet dependency also poses a great number of threats. Children and youth are considered vulnerable to the danger of negative impacts of internet utilization. Thus, the looming of this research to help with this threat to youths in Indonesia, digital literacy is one of the best solutions for the prevention of the negative impacts of intense and massive internet use. Okay, we go to their results. There are two results which they were able to see, all right, using this internet with 17 to 24 youth, okay. The first result was digital literacy affects both online opportunities and online risk very positively. As youths spend more time online, they become more digitally literate, which can be enable them to benefit more from new technology. Okay, that's the first. The second one is digital literacy and online opportunity variables are strongly related to each other, and they mutually influence one another. Well, this implies that more opportunities youth take, the more risks they are likely to encounter. Thus, online opportunities tend to motivate young people to do more on the internet, which can result in more risks since they are really vulnerable of that. Okay, and the collaborators concluded that digital literacy is considered to be one of the ways to anticipate various unexpected, negative, and detrimental consequences encountered by internet users. Okay, and online opportunities have a positive effect on online risks. Okay, however, the way I see with this conclusion, I don't know, but I'm a mother and a teacher at the same time in the College of Teacher Education. They failed to include, right, parents and teachers as well. We, as part of the academe, and we as parents, as part of their well, we are a part of their home. We stay at home with them most of the time. We are part of this online opportunity which these collaborators are talking about. We can control these online risks. I am so sure of that. We can post discipline, right, with our children, and more so allow them, okay, allow them to browse the internet as much as they want, but still our presence is really and highly imperative in as far as, you know, technology is a very gigantic, shall I say, gigantic enemy, since, well, pornography is present, cyberbullying is present, and a lot more. They may also engulf fake news, all right? And as teachers, probably we can decipher, or we could decide assignments, all right, not so much on the internet. On my case, since I handle graduating students of the teacher education department, third year at that, right, third year and fourth year, so higher years, higher level, I allow them to browse, of course, internet, and give them a lot of case studies to browse and to analyze. I also need to give them opportunities, online opportunities for their digital literacy or skills to be developed and enhanced, but give them some parameters and give them some due dates, all right, so that they will not indulge so much on internet. And probably as academicians, as their teachers, we still can control, all right? I believe we still can control on this engulfing so much on internet. So parents and teachers really play a lot of role, very imperative role in as far as this online impacts negative, that would really be controlled, right? So this is all that I could share in as far as digital literacy amidst the digital era and youth empowerment is concerned. Okay, thank you so much for having me with this international seminar that you are in. Thank you so much, Dr. Krishawan, and have a nice day to all of you. Advance Merry Christmas also. Thank you so much.
Okay, you are welcome, Ma'am Alexis.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your nice presentation. Next, WAOD.
Pardon?
No, not yet. WAOD, the moderator.
Ah, okay. Your moderator is missing already. Okay.
Yeah, because hello.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I'm here in the school because my internet at home is down for 3 days. We also have a strong typhoon right now, which is being hit at one of the islands, but still we are affected. But because of you, I came here in the school just to go on with this little sharing that I have for you. Okay.
Okay, any questions so far for Ma'am Alexis? She is an associate professor for University of Abra. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, any questions so far?
We are not spared. Yeah, we are not spared, Dr. Krishawan, by the problem on connectivity, right? Actually, there are a lot of students who message me, okay, through the messenger and through my mobile that they couldn't pass. I just gave them 2 days ago their exams and they couldn't pass because of connectivity issues, right? And they cannot even come. They are not allowed to come inside the campus because we are limiting people to come inside our campus. So it's really a big challenge on our part on how to get through with all of this. Okay, but again, we need to enhance and help them improve their digital skills. Okay, yes. But if connectivity strikes, well, we could really can control but set aside their digital skills and improve later on when connectivity will come back. Okay.
Very rough digital is light.
Yes.
The light is okay. Connectivity is
we are
okay.
hit. Yeah. One line was disconnected, I guess. Yes.
Okay, here Rona Fitri. You said that good afternoon. Where is Rona? Will you give the question from Alexis? Hello, Rona. Rona.
Well, they're having lunch, I guess.
Oh, Rona is okay. Good afternoon for me. Hello, Rona. Are you here?
It's okay.
Hello.
Okay. Okay.
Rona,
thank you so much, Dr.
Question, okay, if you have a question, you may also chat box. You may write in chat box for Ma'am Alexis.
When I entered, there are 101 participants, and now there's only 73. But still, it's a very, very big.
Yeah, because of in Gorontalo, I am in Bengkulu in Gorontalo so far. Bengkulu and Gorontalo are so far, Mom. How they are different province. So in Gorontalo there are light off. So therefore the connecting is not good.
Okay.
Okay, audiences, I invite you once again who will have a question for Ma'am Alexis related to digital technology. You may also ask about the technology in Philippines. Okay, if there is no question, I will have a question for you, Mom. One question.
Yes, sure.
Okay. You teach in Philippines. What is the barriers? Yeah, the barriers of technological online learning in Philippines. What is the barriers or what is the obstacle when you are teaching in Philippines using digital technology?
When we use digital learning, all right, when we do online learning, and you were asking about parents.
Yeah, about the barrier and the obstacle. Maybe the competence of teachers.
Obstacles
Yeah,
and
the
difficulties.
obstacle. Okay. Yeah.
A lot. Oh my God. There are really a lot. As I was mentioning, you see, they need to pass their examination, okay, via the Google Drive I gave them, or they could send me via the messenger, right? Which. A lot of them could not do it because connectivity is really so weak. And students are already home. Students are already in the uplands. This is a province that comprises 27 municipalities, okay? And these are uplands. They need to go up the hill and the mountain. They go on a hike before they could reach home. You could just imagine the connectivity there, chorus of the poor connectivity. All right, we are already here at the center of the province. This is Bangued Abra, and still we are not away from the connectivity problem. So how much more with students who are in the uplands, okay? And in our online teaching, we only do the greet and meet, or meet and greet, meaning to say it's just a purely hi, hello, how far have you gone with your modules? Because we are also have distributed them their modules good for one semester. Could just imagine how tedious and how difficult to be because of this pandemic. Everything is really toppled down. Everything is really affected. Okay, so we just meet and greet, and that's all. We cannot utilize the whole hour. Let's say my class today is 1.5 hours. I cannot consume 1.5 hours lecturing and talking to them and discussing and lecturing and mumble and writing or whatnot. I cannot, because we have to consider that a student has 7 to 8 classes a day. I cannot consume all their data. I cannot consume all of their power. All right. So only meet and greet. Okay, for 5 to 10 minutes. The most is 15 minutes already. Since we have already distributed them the module, everything is in there. All right. The modules that we distributed to them has gone through a lot of checking by the IM committee headed by the Vice President for Academic Affairs, and then another committee, and then another, and so on and so forth. So the modules distributed to them is really that clear, and it's as thick as you could just imagine, a book, right? All the discussions, all the activities are there, all the projects are there. So via online, we only need to have meet and greet. Okay, 15 minutes the most. That's official by our president. Okay, could just imagine. We cannot extort all their data because we have to consider other classes as well. Okay, it's the same with other countries. We are not deprived of connectivity issues. Okay. But each faculty is given an allowance for the load. Okay. We are given 500 pesos. That's for a month. Okay, that's for a month. So it's good. We don't have any reason at all not to have our mobile be loaded for the internet, right? Plus a free Wi-Fi here throughout the university, and then another Wi-Fi per department, and another Wi-Fi per college. Okay, So we can just come here during weekends and work if our own Wi-Fi at home is not working at all. Okay.
Yeah. Same. Similar to Indonesia. Okay,
Yes.
well, I call Miss Rona Fitri.
Okay.
Will you have a question, please, from Lampung? Time is available for you, Rona, to give a question to Mom Alexis. Okay, speak up, Rona. Don't mute.
I think she's not around.
Here. She open the camera. She is here.
Okay.
Open your mute, please. Unmute, Rona. Hello?
Hello.
Come on.
Rona. Okay. Yes. Beautiful Indonesians, Dr. Krishawan. Your sisters are beautiful Indonesians. Well, not to not to consider also handsome Indonesian professors like you, all right?
Okay, time is available, Rona. Come on.
Okay.
I don't
Rona.
have a question, Mr.
Rona has no question, Dr. Krishawan. All right. So, Rona, if you don't have any question, can I ask you a question?
Okay, no problem. We have a question, Mom Alexis to Rona.
Okay. Rona, are you a teacher in Indonesia?
Yes, I'm a teacher.
What year level? What level, I should say?
Third level in primary school.
Primary. So that's the equivalent for us is elementary. All right. So if you are teaching in primary, all right. Are you familiar with the how do you call this, the two-way radio? Do you encounter that? Do you use this tool for your students, the two-way radio?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And how do you find it?
Hello?
Yes. How do you find using the two-way radio for your students?
Maaf ini Mister, ini putus-putus sinyalnya.
Okay, yeah, the connectivity is not good. Yeah.
You know why I'm asking?
Hear very good.
Yes. You know why I'm asking, Dr. Krishawan? Because yeah. Wait. Oh my God. You know why I'm asking? It's because in the Philippines, the basic education department, that's from the primary to intermediate, okay, grades 1 to 6, are already using the two-way radio. Each student receives one radio. Each could just imagine the budget which the Department of Education has indulged in this just to get rid of this connectivity issue. The two-way radio doesn't need for us to load it, all right, for as long as they are the same in the frequency. Okay, so the connectivity is no longer an issue because of this two-way radio, right? So it's only now in the Philippines, the Department of Education has embraced that another tool to deliver learning to these students. Okay, that's why I'm asking. Okay, so thank you so much, Rona, for interacting with me. Thank you, Dr. Krishawan. Let's have a lunch now.
Yeah. Thank you so much for Mom Alexis, and thank you so much for Mr. Hilmi, our collaborator. Screen related to the certificate. Okay, here is okay. Give applause for Dr. Muhammad Hilmi. Here is the certificate for you. Okay, has participated in the international seminar Digital Literacy and Formal Online Education. Okay, for the next certificate is for Mom Alexis.
Thank you.
Open, please. Open, please. Okay, the committee. Open, please. Alexis. For Alexis certificate. Hello, committee. Okay, here. Okay, here is the certificate for you.
Okay.
First for Mom Alexis. Okay,
Thank
has
you.
participated in a national seminar, digital literacy in formal online education. Thank you for nice presentation. Thank you for coming, attendance. Okay, and
thank you for inviting me, Dr. Kristawan. I hope to collaborate with you more. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I really owe you a lot. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Sure.
Okay, for giving
anytime for my brother, anytime for my brother, anytime for my Indonesian friends.
Okay, nice to hear that. Okay, for now, bye-bye for now for the speakers and also the participant. We are going to have rest and we will open again after you, Mom Alexis and Dr. Hilmi Baihaki. Okay, and bye-bye for now.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
Mohon izin Bapak Ibu ambil alih. Kebetulan moderator masih dalam keadaan jaringan terganggu. Untuk itu, untuk acara berikutnya kita break dulu kurang lebih 30 menit. Setelah itu kita akan lanjutkan dengan kegiatan berikutnya. Oh, sudah ada. Kita sambut saja. Silakan Ibu Aude.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm really sorry. I really apologize for the inconvenience because, as you know, that the power is out here in Gorontalo, so I moved to a different place, and there's some background noise because of using the place here. So for Dr. Sorry, I remember. Yeah, for Dr. Hilmi and also Dr. Alexa, I'm really sorry for the inconvenience that happens during this seminar. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a little break, and after that, we will come again at 1 p.m. or atau jam 13.00 waktu Gorontalo, waktu Indonesia Tengah. And I hope you have a little patience because of the things that happen so quickly. And we will come again at after the break. We will have another session and also another speakers to present in this conference. Thank you very much. Bapak Ibu, jadi kegiatan hari ini kita break dulu Bapak Ibu sekitar 20-30 menit. Sorry, sekitar 20 menit ya, nanti jam 13.00 waktu Indonesia Tengah kita akan kembali lagi dan akan melanjutkan pada sesi berikutnya dan pada presenter berikutnya. Thank you very much. Thank you very much Dr. Hilmi, Dr. Alexa for your time and your patience.
Negeri Gorontalo menjadi pusat pendidikan di Indonesia. Sebagai universitas tertua di Gorontalo, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo atau UNG telah mendedikasikan diri selama 58 tahun sejak berdiri tahun 1963. Dengan letak geografis yang strategis, berada di kawasan Teluk Tomini, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo menjadi pusat pendidikan di Indonesia bagian utara. Menghadapi era revolusi industri keempat, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo berkomitmen mengembangkan pendidikan dan pembelajaran digital based learning (UNG) yang berlokasi di Kota Gorontalo dan Kabupaten Bone Bolango, Provinsi Gorontalo, menyelenggarakan pendidikan akademis dan profesional di bidang sains, teknologi, pendidikan, perikanan, ilmu sosial, pertanian, manajemen dan bisnis, olahraga, seni, budaya, dan ilmu kesehatan. Universitas Negeri Gorontalo menyediakan kursus lintas spektrum bidang akademik, 53 program studi sarjana, 11 fakultas, 16 program master, dan 4 program doktor. Berikut adalah program studi di setiap fakultas dan pasca sarjana. Fakultas Ekonomi terdiri dari Pendidikan Ekonomi, Akuntansi, Manajemen, dan Administrasi Publik. Fakultas Hukum terdiri dari Ilmu Hukum. Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan terdiri dari Bimbingan dan Konseling, Manajemen Pendidikan, Pendidikan Luar Sekolah, Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar, dan Pendidikan Anak Usia Dini. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial terdiri dari Pendidikan Sejarah, Pendidikan Pancasila dan Kewarganegaraan, Sosiologi, dan Ilmu Komunikasi. Fakultas Kedokteran terdiri dari Prodi Kedokteran. Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam yang terdiri dari Pendidikan Matematika, Statistika, Pendidikan Biologi, Pendidikan Fisika, Pendidikan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fisika, Pendidikan Kimia, Pendidikan Geografi, dan Teknik Geologi. Fakultas Olahraga dan Kesehatan terdiri dari Farmasi, Kesehatan Masyarakat, Ilmu Keperawatan, Pendidikan Kepelatihan dan Olahraga, dan Pendidikan Jasmani, Kesehatan, dan Rekreasi. Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan terdiri dari Budidaya Perairan, Manajemen Sumber Daya Perairan, dan Teknologi Hasil Perikanan. Fakultas Pertanian terdiri dari Agribisnis, Peternakan, Agroteknologi, dan Ilmu Teknologi Pangan. Fakultas Sastra dan Budaya terdiri dari Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia, Pendidikan Seni, Drama, Tari, dan Musik, serta Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, dan Pendidikan Pariwisata. Fakultas Teknik terdiri dari Teknik Sipil, Pendidikan Vokasional Konstruksi Bangunan, Teknik Elektro, Pendidikan Teknologi Informasi, Sistem Informasi, Teknik Arsitektur, Pendidikan Seni Rupa, Teknik Industri, dan Pendidikan Teknik Mesin. Berikut untuk program master terdiri dari S2 Pendidikan Bahasa Indonesia, S2 Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, S2 Administrasi Pendidikan, S2 Pendidikan Ekonomi, S2 Teknologi Pendidikan, S2 Pendidikan Non-Formal, S2 Pendidikan Dasar, S2 Pendidikan Matematika, S2 Pendidikan Pancasila dan Kewarganegaraan, S2 Pendidikan Biologi, S2 Pendidikan Fisika, S2 Kependudukan dan Lingkungan Hidup, S2 Ilmu Hukum, S2 Ilmu Kelautan dan Perikanan, S2 Administrasi Publik, dan S2 Agribisnis. Berikut untuk program doktor terdiri dari S3 Linguistik Terapan, S3 Pendidikan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, S3 Administrasi Publik, dan S3 Ilmu Pendidikan. Mahasiswa-mahasiswa UNG telah berhasil memenangi berbagai kompetisi di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Telah menjadi wakil Indonesia di ajang olahraga internasional seperti SEA Games dan Asian Games, debat bahasa Inggris, pergelaran seni budaya, dan karya tulis ilmiah. Sebagai di utara Indonesia, UNG terus meningkatkan kompetensi mahasiswa di berbagai program studi guna menghasilkan lulusan yang kreatif, inovatif, berjiwa entrepreneur, dan mampu bersaing di kancah nasional dan internasional. UNG membangun kerjasama dengan pemerintah, perusahaan-perusahaan swasta, dan universitas-universitas terkemuka di Indonesia dan dunia. Rektor Edward Tuolok bersama 860 dosen dan 39 profesor terus memperbaiki dan meningkatkan indikator-indikator kinerja, keunggulan dalam mengajar, keunggulan dalam riset, dan keunggulan dalam inovasi. Selama 1 dekade terakhir, UNG terus meningkatkan kompetensi dosen, riset-riset yang menghasilkan temuan-temuan yang bermanfaat bagi peningkatan kesejahteraan masyarakat, pembangunan daerah, inovatif, dan berkelanjutan.
Come to Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, a center university in Gorontalo with excellent and competitive human resources.
We enhance access for everyone to enjoy research provided so that the knowledge inside the university can be applicable outside. We'll see you at Universitas Negeri Gorontalo.
Mempersembahkan seminar online di Portir UNG kolaborasi dengan Amico ID. Amico ID adalah brand clothing yang berhasil
Well, thank you very much for all your patience. We are going to start our international seminar for today. So now we are moving to the third speaker for our second session. That is Dr. Muhammad Kristiawan. Before I talk about Dr. Muhammad Kristiawan, before we listen to Dr. Muhammad Kristiawan presentation, I would like to introduce you to Dr. Muhammad Kristiawan. So I will read a brief introduction about Dr. Muhammad Kristiawan. So Dr. Muhammad Kristiawan is assistant professor in Bengkulu University. He finished his bachelor at the State Institute of Islamic Studies, Salatiga, and then moved to finish his master at Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, and also conducted his doctoral graduate program at the Universitas Negeri Padang. And he has published a lot of international journal articles and also has been cited more than 2,000 citations if you see on his Google Scholar profile. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Kristiawan, MPD, to deliver his presentation. Dr. Muhammad Kristiawan, time is yours, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Ibu or sister, sister. Okay, Sister Waudieti Hardianti, thank you for the time. Well, audiences, I'd like to present my paper, my presentation related to the emerging educational technology, connectivity, versatility, low cost, high standard, and student-centered learning. Okay, I'd like to open my video. Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes, yes, it's
Okay. How can it go slowly? It cannot be shared. Oh God. Better. Well, okay, let's see the videos before I'm going to talk much.
Digital transformation is now a prerequisite for companies to remain competitive in this fast-changing world. Digitalization can be a catalyst to become and remain successful in this data-driven world. Organizations should not only do digital, but they should be digital. The digital speaker is there to help you become digital. Dr. Mart van Remenon is an expert in emerging technologies, such as big data analytics, blockchain, tokenization, and AI. He is the founder of DataFlock and Maven. Board member at the Two Tokens Foundation, thought leader, and best-selling author of 3 management books. Dr. van Remenon knows how technologies impact organizations and society. He advises organizations on building a data organization, which offers a lot of opportunities, but also comes with great responsibilities in terms of security, ethics, and privacy.
The final phase is to automate your business using artificial intelligence.
Dr. van Remenon practices what he preaches and has become digital himself. You can now book him as a hologram, where he or his avatar appears live on your stage anywhere in the world, including live interactions with the audience. It is even possible to have the digital speaker appear simultaneously live at multiple locations around the world, bringing your event or town hall meetings to another level. You can also book the digital speaker as an avatar to teach you the ins and outs of digital transformation, either through an inspirational, truly virtual, personalized keynote, workshop, or through a unique 8-week digital transformation training for all your employees called Unlock Digital. Dr. van Remenon offers webinars and virtual keynotes, including fireside chats in a digital studio with your CEO, anywhere in the world, from the comfort and safety of your office or home. A hologram, avatar, virtual keynote, digital training, or a live event keynote or workshop, the digital speaker offers your audience a unique and memorable experience that you cannot miss anywhere in the world at any time.
Okay, the digital speaker. This is the new technology for digital learning. So this is a new era, and for this era, we should have an ability how to make hologram. For digital online formal education, we should have such kind of what have made by Van Rich name. The professor made the hologram. That he could present in one time in every place, in one time different places. This is a new technology that we should learn, such kind of virtual reality and augmented reality. Okay, for the other one, there is also the next video I'd like to show you. Okay, this is related to digital globalization. Globalization meet digital. Okay, the process of globalization is entering a new era. This is the era characterized by soaring cross-border flows of information. What is the video? Check it out. As the locus shifts from physical network of production and trade to global information network. This is moving to information network. Global networks are transforming to become richer, deeper, and more distributed through the proliferation of information technology. Global networks right now using technology, startup, so many business, YouTuber, and so on. This is the development of global cities. Expansions of global financial market also. But the things are changing. What changes? Multinational organizations like the IMF and World Bank have less influence right now. While political organization remains divided. Soaring flows of data and information are taking global integration to new levels. There is also now a rising global platform of economy. The flows of cross-border data is up over 45 times over the past 10 years. As we approach 4 billion people connected to the internet. 4 billion people right now connected to the internet. A rising ecosystem of platforms are linking even more people and places into common network of exchange. You know, the development of cloud computing has been a central component in this emerging global platform economy, such Internet of Things, cloud computing. Yeah, cloud computing is storage without any flash disk, without any computer, but cloud is in Google, such a drive and so on. Individuals and small companies now have at their disposal a global computing infrastructure for collaboration, e-commerce, and marketing at virtual zero cost. Zero cost, no cost right now. Everything is what means cheaper. This changed the game. And success in global economy is less linked to large capital investment and physical asset. But becomes much more linked to technology now. How? Innovation and entrepreneurial drive rather. The model to globalization is getting ever more granular, distributed, and complex. As the door has opened to more countries, to small companies and startups, what Ms. Theodore said, startup business. Yeah, where most students ask when they have difficulties, they will open YouTube or other website to potentially billion of individuals. Global information platform allows for the mass collaboration of solution online. Everything online. And then the rapid duplication and deployment of the solution virtually anywhere. Bypassing the traditional command center of globalization to potentially enable a distributed era of global economic development. This is the first time in history when the most advanced technology have also gone to the poorest countries. Poorest countries, every country, there is most advanced technologies. Digital technology, digital globalization, what is possible now? Okay, this is the videos. Okay, everything is using online. This is globalization and technology. I'd like to say that the world is already connected, allowing for the exchange of information, allowing the exchange of technology. and goods between countries and consumers. This opens manifests itself in a variety of relationships, ranging from business, geopolitics, technology, to travel, culture, and media. It facilitates access to a wide range of cuisines and new technologies developed by countries. It introduced some challenges as business begin to grow and expand across borders, and the cultural differences around the world are undeniable. Many business open, many YouTuber right now, many podcasts. This is a new business, new different culture around the world. So what education should do? Well, education should develop more innovative learning system as well as hybrid and online teaching system. Education should prepare human resources, particularly young people, as like you all, the audiences here, to be responsive and adaptable. Students should be able to solve complex problems in the real world. What preparations should teachers stand for? The teachers should be committed to increasing investment in developing digital skill. This is the skill what we need in Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. Everyone should have digital skill. They should always try and implement a prototype of late technology. Everything, many of application, Padlet, many like a Skologi, Edmodo, and all. And they should collaborate with industry, academy, and the community to identify skill demand and availability for the digital era. For this one, we could also have seminar. We could also present the speaker without any fee. They do not. We do not pay for their plane. We do not pay for their hotel. They could stand for. They could available in our meeting. This is zero cost for learning in the digital education. They should also develop an educational curriculum that includes material related to human digital skill. So everyone here, we should have the educational curriculum. We should develop. It should related to the human digital skill. Educational factors, what? Education sector has long been overdue to embrace technological trend. Learning since the pandemic, move school from the classroom to the home. Everything should move to the home. Education should focus on technology and innovation at low cost, while maintaining a high standard in areas where there is new talent for students. No copy, no paper, and the universities should be paperless today in this era. Innovation leadership also in improving the quality of education. What should the leadership do? The globalization and technological advancement are creating new marketing force to survive and thrive in an environment requires innovation. Innovation not only creates value for the benefit of individuals, education, organization, or society, but innovation must seek intelligent solution to overcome and predict an uncertain future. This I read in Baidala in the National Journal of Mechanical Engineering and Technology. School leader, according to Timothy, school leaders should behave optimistically and have the inspiration to raise awareness of educational change. Education change are not just changing and adopting innovation in education process in school. Innovation is way to think, understand how change take place, and watching and why change and innovation are done. Education revolution, the question of how school can meet their role of preparing young people for the challenges. Educationalists, teachers, principals, and society globally are beginning to talk differently about the need for teaching, which meets young people need. You should remember, what you teach now is never met in 10 years later. So it will be useless if what we have in 10 years ago and teach in 2021. There is no Zoom, there is no Google Meet, there is no many application like today. So if we teach what we have in 10 years ago, means useless. Therefore, the teaching, the innovation for teaching should be met with the people's need in the era. Constant and real life challenges, and which is more engaging and result in deep learning. My conclusion, emerging educational technology trend emphasize connectivity, versatility, and student-centered learning, what we call Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. The better one is not how many do you join workshop and seminar of technology, but how many do you use technology in your classroom. Okay, before I'm going to close my presentation, I'd like to share what I have done with my student. This is the example. I usually ask my student to give the videos for their presentation. It also could be the example if you are going to teach your student. Okay, this is the example, Muhammad Kristiawan. There are many of students made the presentation like this one. They use YouTube, they made videos, and then they use also Sparkle. This is the example.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Apa kabar teman-teman semua? Semoga sehat selalu ya. Nah, sebelum masuk ke materi, ada baiknya kita kenalan dulu. Kali ini kita akan membahas sedikit materi mengenai politik pemerintah terhadap pendidikan di Indonesia dan peranan pendidikan dalam menumbuhkan kecerdasan emosional.
Okay, this is the example. Many of my students do what the Hairunisa does. Well, many, you may type Muhammad Kristiawan in YouTube. Many of students do the videos very good and interesting. They meet many kind of interesting videos and then using Sparkle. And I hope that in this class, in this moment, I'd like to ask or maybe suggest, advise you all to use the YouTube and also the Sparkle application or Pendidikan, and then make a recording presentation like what my students do, like this one. They do like this one.
Kita berada di materi terakhir pada kali ini, yaitu pada bab ke-14 tentang total quality management. Dan terasa ya, saya sudah jelasin dari bab pertama itu sampai sekarang bab 14. Baik, langsung saja pada total quality management ini. Yang pertama itu ada konsep dasar total quality management.
Okay, this is interesting. So I hope that my presentation will have benefit for you all to make digital technology in your classroom, digital technology as your culture. And see you for now. Bye-bye. Thank you, Waude, and time is available for you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chris, for the insightful presentation and how interesting you use the video that show us the changes that happen during the time. And now I would like to give opportunity for the participant to ask questions. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to ask questions for Dr. Chris, I would give you the chance for that. But before that, maybe I want to ask question about your the use of technology in your classroom. So I see you use YouTube as part of the teaching and learning process. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Yes.
I use YouTube
and what is the challenges that you? Yes. So what is the challenges that you face when you introduce a new approach to your student using technology during your learning process?
Okay, the challenges, what? I should give them how to use video, how to make video. As you see, I also, before we are going to ask the student to make videos, we should firstly teach them how to make good videos and also how to make academia.edu. As you see here, I would like to show you later. Okay, wait. Okay. Like this one, sorry. Okay. Like this one. Every lecturer or also maybe teacher, they also ask the student to make such kind of paper, right? I do not ask them to collect the paper to print out or collect using WhatsApp. I do not receive it. What should I do? I ask them to make a URL in academia.edu, like this one. The question in what the examination, I ask them to, sorry, I will log in first. Okay. Now, I just give the question using Microsoft Word, and then I ask them to put in academia.edu. What for? The academia.edu will have us promote the lecturer, promote the university, promote the student, and also while the student upload the paper like this one, only the question and answer of examination of, and also you may also ask them to make a paper, and then the paper should upload it in academia.edu. The paper will be will have also will also have what means the references, and if they cite the papers what have done by the lecturer, the citation will also appear in our Google Scholar. This is the example of what my student, they made the paper, they made my examination, and they made it in academia, and then they give a very good answer. I asked them to, this is the instruction, sorry, okay. Like this one, I instruct them, okay, in Indonesia, you may, what means, sorry, jawaban langsung diketik di bawah soalnya, buat dalam PDF, kemudian unggah di academia.edu masing-masing. So I teach them also how to make academia.edu account, how to make account in academia.edu, and also I asked them how to make an account in Mendeley. Then I also asked them how to cite using Mendeley, and Mendeley also similar to academia. They could upload the paper in PDF. So the paper will also cite what we have done for the lecturer. You may also give instruction for your student. Kindly cite the papers of Miss Novianti Jaffrey, like that. So the papers of Novianti Jaffrey will be cited by student. How many students with this? Many citeness if we ask them to make like this one. This is digital technology what I've done. And also when you ask me what is the first thing that I do, I also ask them, give them how to make like this one. I ask them how to upload in YouTube and also how to make videos, I learn. I give them the videos how to make it, and if they don't understand, I ask them to take to search in YouTube, because many YouTube we can learn in YouTube many of videos how to use how to make Sparkle, how to make Pendidikan, how to insert, how to create video creator. It is very interactive. But firstly, you should, as a teacher, give them the example so the student will easily do what have you touched. This is what I've done. I have the student very interesting. They make a video more than what I targeted. Very interactive and very impressive. What videos? Let me open. Concept. Real MT. Real MT is also my student in Universitas Bengkulu. This is my student. The topic of my what subject is philosophy. We learn philosophy is too difficult and it's maybe boring. But when they make the video like this one, it's not be bored. It's not be boring. This is the example of what my student did.
Halo, Assalamualaikum teman-teman. Balik lagi sama aku nih. Nah, di topik kali ini aku bakal jelasin tentang berbagai pandangan filosof pendidikan. Filsafat dan filsuf. Pembahasan filsafat berawal dari penelusuran asal makna dan bahasanya, yakni dalam bahasa Yunani disebut filosofia, sedangkan dalam bahasa Inggris disebut filosofi. Sedangkan dalam bahasa Arab disebut al-falsafah. Dan orang yang berpikir filsafat disebut filsuf, philosopher. Filsafat dalam pengertian etimologi berasal dari bahasa Yunani, filosofia, yang terdiri dari dua kata, yakni kata philein, yaitu mencintai atau philos, philia atau love yang berarti cinta atau suka. Sedangkan kata sophia atau wisdom berarti kebijaksanaan. Jadi filosofia berarti suka pada kebijaksanaan. Maka dapat dikatakan setiap orang yang berfilsafat akan melahirkan pandangan yang bijaksana. Kebijaksanaan tidak akan pernah menjadi milik manusia secara konkret dan definitif. Oleh karena alasan-alasan itulah, sehingga orang Yunani memilih nama dari hasil usaha akal budi itu dengan filsafat dan filsuf sebagai subjek pelakunya. Filsafat pendidikan. Filsafat dan pendidikan sebenarnya adalah dua istilah yang mempunyai makna sendiri.
Okay, I think it is very good videos. You may also cite, you may also imitate how to teach your student. And also, you are also as a lecturer, you might make good video for your student. It tends to be tends to be interesting and it is not bored. You might also find my videos myself. I teach how to use Microsoft Office, about entrepreneurship also. I teach them using the videos I made using Sparkle and also Pendidikan and so on. This is the example and digital technology, digital learning. Okay. Well.
All right. Thank you very much. I got a lot of new information and new tips how to use technology, not only for the benefit of the student, but also can be the benefit for the university. As you mentioned, sir, that the situation also will improve if the students are doing the read your paper and then cite it as the part of the reference in the paper. That's really good tips as academician. Thank you very much, Dr. Chris. I think Pak Sarifudin want to ask question. I saw you press the raise hand button before, Pak Sarifudin. Hello, Pak Sarifudin, do you want to ask question? All right, I think, yeah, I think Pak Sarifudin is, yeah, it's not answering now. So thank you very much, Dr. Chris, for the great presentation. And I would like to invite all of us to on our video because we're going to have a photo session. Yes, we have, please, all of you, turn on your video. Bapak Ibu, silakan diaktifkan videonya. Kita akan mengambil tangkapan layar atau berfoto untuk sesi ketiga ini. Silakan diaktifkan mikrofonnya. Panitia, mohon di screenshot, Pak. Ya, sesuai aba-aba ya. Ya. 1, 2, 3. Ya, slide berikutnya. 1, 2. Sekarang slide terakhir, slide ketiga. 1, 2, 3. Baik. Ya, Pak Sarifudin ingin ini ya, ingin bertanya Pak, tapi katanya masih ter-unmute. Oke, please the panitia committee, can you unmute Bapak Sarifudin? Ya, let me see first. Atau Bapak mungkin boleh mencet pertanyaannya, nanti saya akan bantu tanyakan ke Pak.
Okay, already. Okay, thank you, Ma'am Waude Eti Hardianti for the change. Yeah, and I want to ask about Mr. Pak apa?
Chris.
Pak Chris. Yes.
Pak Sapria, I think your solution is good for all teacher, yeah. But this is, I wanna ask you, do you have a solution? Yeah, if we teach in a remote area, yeah, remote area. I think there is many problem about technology. Do you have a solution for that? We want to practice your strategy in teaching English maybe, but in remote area. What do you think about that? Can you give one of solution for us lah in teaching English in one of remote area, thing like that?
Okay, thank you, Pak Sarifudin. Okay, yeah, I have taught you that internet is come to all countries. All countries, whether the poorest countries also. So if you have ever heard, there is also village internet or desa internet. So what do they do for desa internet? They have a proposal to Telkomsel, and they make some agreement, and then the agreements, so Telkomsel come to the visit to desa. And then they made tower, and the tower is available for Wi-Fi. And I think for the remote area is not what some it is not the obstacle of the remote area. If you propose make some agreement with your neighbor, with your collegial in your village, and then take one solution to come to Telkomsel, and then you may give a proposal to have a Wi-Fi together. And I think that Telkomsel will accept your proposal. They will have such kind of they will ask how many participants, how many, like TV digital or TV cable, yeah, the TV cable also television, yeah. So I think that there is no obstacle if you have some the obstacle in connectivity. So in the remote area need a signal, so the signal is I think the Telkomsel will give free. I have also village in Lampung because I was born in Lampung. My village was in Gedung Sari and far from city. If you come to my village, I need 30 minutes from the large ride, and then there is many the ride is not very good, the street is very bad, and so very narrow, and the population is not many, and then so the Telkomsel, this is the such kind of cellular come to our village, and only one tower that all the citizen or maybe the regions of my village will have the internet connectivity, all the villages using Telkomsel. So I think it is not a payment. There is no payment because Telkomsel also promote their product. Okay. This is the point for the remote area. I think you might have a proposal. Okay, but the first thing you should now change the mindset. You have understood technology, so you should apply the technology in your classroom. You should understand many of application. Right now, I use this is such kind of a PowerPoint. PowerPoint is offline. So if we use offline, if we come to other countries, the difficult. So you should also familiar with Prezi.com. I also teach my student how to use Prezi. The presentation is very good. The presentation is more attractive. Yeah, Prezi.com, such kind of like PowerPoint, but this is more interactive. Yeah, you should also try it. This is the point. Even that you have understood technology, you should have mastered it and then apply it in your classroom. Like this one, this is the example media I have created. Like this one. We could present the materials easily and very attractive. Yeah. Later, there's still this could be open in everywhere without bring a flash disk or etc. in like this one. We could like this one present. Sorry, like this one. So home, back to home, like this one. Interesting, right? Back to the home again. This made by using Prezi.com. I also asked my student to closely to Kelas Pintar. Kelas Pintar is such kind of learning management system. Using model, but this is a different model usually used in e-learning of the university, but Kelas Pintar is free. Also, I also asked my student to practice their teaching in their student also when they have a practical teaching to use Edmodo and also Skologi. Edmodo is such kind of learning management system. So I think this is also better for you to understand many kind of application, and it should be implemented in your classroom. The Mentimeters also, you know, Mentimeters mathematics is very good. Also, mathematics is so to know the survey. If you have a survey, maybe you will ask the student, what do you think about this one? How many percent their answer yes, or how many percent disagree? Like that. Okay, mathematics is very good also. And you may also this one Trello. I give my student like such kind of using Trello. Trello is more interactive, interactive in having what classroom using Trello. We could have a star if their answer is right, is correct. Okay, that is the example of many application you should understand and applied in your classroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chris, for the amazing answer and good collaboration, because you provide a real example, so the participant will understand it clearly. Thank you very much. So we are at the end of our second session, and I would like to show the certificate of appreciation for Dr. Chris for the material and presentation for today. Yes. So here the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Muhammad Kristiawan MPD for the time and the effort to give us good understanding about the material, and also to be the keynote speaker for our international seminars today. Thank you very much, Dr. Chris, for all the good insight that you provide for us. Even though we have some technical issue during the meeting, but you are really patient to guide us, and we are here so far. Thank you.
Okay, see you.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
So now I would like, thank you very much, Dr. Chris. Bye. Take care, Dr. Chris. Well, now we are moving to the third session. In this session, we will have okay, Professor Dr. Novianti Jafri to deliver her speech. This time is your name. Panitia mohon di unmute Ibu Novianti Jafri, please. Pak Ari, bisa di-unmute. Ibu Novi.
Thank you, moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today I would like to present my findings result of my research under title The Literacy Movement on Our Era of COVID-19 Pandemic for Educators and Students. This study will consist of the first description of literacy condition in Indonesia, the second concept of literacy, that health literacy movement, and the fourth, the literacy model during pandemic. Based on the world most literacy national ranks, research educated by Central Connecticut State University in March 2016, Indonesia was declared 60 out of 61 countries regarding distress in reading. Just below Thailand, 18 and above, Botswana, 61. In fact, in terms of infrastructure assessment to support reading, Indonesia ranking is above European countries. UNESCO said that Indonesia ranks second from to bottom in terms of world literacy, meaning the reading interest is very low. According to UNESCO data, the reading interest of the Indonesian people is very concerning. Only 0.001% out of 1,000 Indonesia, only 1% is avid reader. Citing official news from the RI Kominfo website, in 2008, 60 million Indonesians have gadgets, and in 2021, the number of smartphone users will reach 167 million. The people of 69% of the total population of Indonesia. With such a large number, Indonesia will become the country with the fourth largest active smartphone user in the world after China, India, and America. Concept of definition of literacy, according to Ken, in general, according to Ken, Graf, Albert, Pendidikan, can be seen in the screen. In general, literacy is not just the ability to read and write, but includes thinking skills, using knowledge source in all forms of media, including print, digital, audio, and visual media. The purpose of literacy: critical thinking, creative, personality and character, knowledge, understanding. The important thing can be seen as screen in the screen right now. Next, advantage of literacy. Enforcing vocabulary and usage, focus and concentration, brain function, and then critical thinking and analysis, then verbal and interpersonal, insight, communication. Literacy principles, limits use, interpretation, collaboration, convention, problem solving, the culture, self-reflection. Component of literacy: literacy basic, library, media, technology, visual. The school literacy movement, GLS. Definition of school literacy movement: participatory business or activity involving school residents, and then community, and then stakeholders. The purpose of school literacy movement: purpose, general, and particular. Learning culture, learning places, and then learning community. There to cultivate the character of students through the cultivation. The school literacy ecosystem which is embodied in the GLS so that they become lifelong learners. The scope literacy, school movement, facility, and academic. Implementation principles, GLS, adapted to development, balance, integrated curriculum, anytime developing verbal culture, diversity. Stakes of implementation school literacy movement, habituation, development, and learning. Literacy application model during pandemic, important thing can be seen in the screen. National curriculum, school curriculum, and visi misi provide school and edge. The state identification for literacy, education access, the basic competency to be achieved, educators, observe learnings, educators determine learning. And then and I'm sorry, connection. Next, The planning is a result, preparation. The important element that must be considered in planning are the competency, basic learning materials, and activities, time, allocation, and learning resources. The important thing. The implementation GLS learning process educator is to be concerned and edge. Okay, thanks. To be selesai the slide. Thank you very much. Give the moderator. Next to moderator.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Novianti Jafri, for your presentation. And I would like to remind the participants, if you have questions, you can send your question on our chat. But before that, I would like to introduce the second speaker for our third session. That is Bapak Ari Anang Setio, SPD MPD, the educational doctoral student from Universitas Negeri Gorontalo. He is the lecturer of Mathematics Education Study Program from Muhammadiyah University Sorong. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Dr. Candidate Ari to present your presentation. Time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ode. Thank you, Prof. Presentasi is very good. Good afternoon all. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu peserta yang masih hadir. I'm sorry I can combination language, not full English language, but Indonesia English very full. Saya akan mempresentasikan, saya coba untuk menampilkan dulu presentasi saya. Izin Bu Aude, apakah sudah bisa dilihat?
Yes, it's clear. Bisa terlihat Pak, jelas.
Okay, thank you. Di kesempatan kali ini, saya akan mempresentasikan terkait dengan digital interactive learning berbasis netboard.me dan Bookcreator. Sebelumnya di presentasi Pak Dr. Chris tadi, beliau sudah memaparkan berbagai macam aplikasi yang memang dapat dimanfaatkan dalam dunia pendidikan yang saya rasa juga sangat memudahkan kita untuk melakukan proses pembelajaran. Dan pada kesempatan kali ini, saya akan mencoba mempresentasikan terkait dengan pembelajaran digital menggunakan netboard.me dan juga Bookcreator. Apa sebenarnya netboard itu? Netboard sebenarnya adalah sebuah aplikasi berbasis web yang di dalamnya kita bisa mengakomodir pelaksanaan proses pembelajaran sehingga setiap langkahnya dalam proses pembelajaran itu kita bisa desain sedemikian mungkin sehingga proses pembelajaran itu akan lebih maksimal. Kemudian book creator. Apa itu book creator? Book creator itu sebenarnya adalah pembuat buku yang di dalamnya kita bisa mengkolaborasikan berbagai macam modal, berbagai macam sumber daya, bisa berupa gambar, kemudian video, link internet, YouTube, dan lain sebagainya. Sehingga diharapkan pembelajaran itu akan lebih maksimal untuk pencapaian tujuan pembelajarannya. Ini saya coba screenshot tampilan daripada book creator dan juga netboard. Jadi netboard itu bisa PDF, bisa HTML, text, link. Coba menampilkan yang sudah saya desain. Jadi sebenarnya kenapa saya melakukan penelitian ini? Penelitian ini berakar daripada pelaksanaan pembelajaran selama COVID ini yang kami rasakan di Papua, khususnya di daerah kota Sorong, yang memang kalau mau dibilang di daerah terpencil tidak, tapi masih sama di daerah timur. Namun mahasiswa-mahasiswa kita itu adalah mahasiswa yang berasal dari berbagai kalangan, kemudian banyak juga dari daerah 3T yang memang secara umum banyak sekali kendala ataupun banyak sekali permasalahan yang dihadapinya. Kemudian pelaksanaan pembelajaran yang terjadi di kami di Universitas Muhammadiyah Sorong itu ternyata masih belum memanfaatkan teknologi secara maksimal. Kalaupun memang ada berbasis sinkronus dengan menggunakan Zoom, kemudian Google Meet dan lain sebagainya, tapi saya rasa masih kurang maksimal. Kemudian ada juga beberapa di antara pengajar yang memang hanya menggunakan Google Classroom, kemudian dibantu dengan WA, sehingga proses pembelajaran hanya terkesan pemberian tugas, kemudian mahasiswa mengerjakan, difoto dan dikumpulkan. Saya rasa dengan proses pembelajaran itu kurang maksimal. Hasil wawancara yang saya lakukan dengan mahasiswa-mahasiswa kami ternyata memang terjadi penurunan yang signifikan daripada motivasi dan juga minat belajar mereka. Ada yang mengatakan seperti ini, pembelajaran saat ini itu sebenarnya bukan pembelajaran daring, tapi mereka mengatakan bahwasanya pembelajaran saat ini adalah penugasan daring. Seakan-akan yang mereka lakukan itu adalah pengerjaan tugas yang secara berkala dan bahkan jauh lebih banyak daripada ketika mereka belajar tatap muka. Oke, kemudian karena memang kurang maksimalnya kemampuan daripada pengajar itu, pembelajaran itu terkesan lebih monoton. Hari ini mungkin Zoom, setelah Zoom selesai ada kolaborasi, dan itu berulang-ulang terus, sehingga ini membuat motivasi dan juga minat belajar mereka semakin rendah. Tentu saja hal ini menyebabkan tujuan pembelajaran itu tercapai dengan sangat minimal, sehingga secara umum kemampuan mereka akan semakin menurun. Pelajaran itu saya rasa pun dosen, sehingga semua ini semakin memperburuk keadaan prestasi belajar mereka. Sebenarnya tujuan penelitian ini adalah mendeskripsikan seberapa efektif menggunakan netboard.me dan juga book creator. Ditinjau dari apa? Ditinjau dari aktivitas belajar mereka, kemudian dari motivasi dan juga minat mereka, dan juga outcome atau hasil belajar mereka. Wah, ini yang satunya nggak tampil ini ya. Ini adalah hasil analisis statistik saya. Di sini sebenarnya ada tampilan daripada data minat, tapi kayaknya tidak muncul di sini. Tapi tidak masalah. Intinya ada terjadi peningkatan secara tidak begitu signifikan memang, tapi cukup mampu merubah kemampuan mereka, kemudian minat dan juga motivasi mereka. Hasil belajarnya memang tidak terlalu tinggi peningkatannya, tapi saya rasa untuk nilai standar di kita di daerah timur, saya rasa itu cukup bagus lah. Karena memang yang kami rasakan untuk mahasiswa kami di daerah timur itu banyak sekali perbedaan dengan mahasiswa di daerah tengah ataupun di daerah barat. Kenapa? Untuk di mahasiswa saja, untuk operasi hitung bilangan kalau di kita di pendidikan matematika itu masih sangat kurang. Bagaimana kita mau menanamkan konsep yang tinggi, sedangkan mereka saja perkalian ini di tingkat mahasiswa, kemudian penjumlahan operasi bilangan bulat itu saja masih sangat kurang. Jadi proses pembelajaran ini saya harapkan selain dapat meningkatkan kemampuan dasar mereka juga dapat juga meningkatkan kemampuan terkait dengan konsep yang akan diajarkan. Oke, kemudian saya akan coba menampilkan terkait dengan desain yang saya sudah buat. Semoga bisa menginspirasi walaupun cuma sedikit. Ini adalah book kreator yang saya kembangkan, tapi saya belum kesini dulu ya. Saya mau ke bagian netboard-nya dulu. Mau tertutup ya di sini. Oke. Ini terlalu banyak. Mohon maaf, mungkin agak sedikit lama karena memang kita sebagai panitia juga ya. Kayaknya agak susah ini. Tertutup dia dengan bagian atasnya Zoom. Oke. Baik, ini tampilan netboard. Ya, perlu saya sampaikan juga bahwasanya netboard.me itu berbasis web dan gratis. Jadi di dalamnya kita bisa membuat seperti website juga, kemudian untuk menuliskan berita-berita juga, dan saya rasa ini akan lebih membuat kreativitas mahasiswa akan semakin naik, akan semakin meningkat ya. Ini tampilan daripada proses pembelajaran yang dituangkan dalam netboard. Jadi di sini kita sudah sediakan buku untuk mereka membaca dan setelah itu membuat rangkuman. Kemudian setelah itu mereka bisa menonton video yang kita sediakan. Kemudian ada link tugasnya. Di sini juga kita bisa memasukkan terkait dengan umpan baliknya, refleksi dalam proses pembelajaran seperti itu. Cuman yang paling penting terkait dengan 3 SKS dalam proses pembelajaran, di mana 3 kali 50 menit dalam proses pembelajaran, kemudian 3 kali 60 menit tugas mandiri, dan 3 kali 60 menit tugas terstruktur, itu akan terakomodir dengan proses pembelajaran. Salah satunya menggunakan berada di rumah, terus kita biarkan saja tanpa adanya kontrol yang jelas, maka mahasiswa-mahasiswa kita tidak akan mampu mencukupi 3 SKS setiap minggunya itu di luar pembelajaran. Di sini memang belum maksimal karena baru beberapa materi saja yang saya sudah buat. Yang jelas secara signifikan mampu meningkatkan motivasi, minat juga hasil belajar mahasiswa saya. Kemudian di sini ada bukunya dari book creator juga. Saya coba buka tapi yang saya punya saja supaya lebih jelas lagi. Oke, ini tampilan book creator. Jadi book creator itu pembuat buku atau tempat menuliskan buku, tapi di dalamnya banyak sekali fasilitas yang bisa kita gunakan. Jadi banyak sekali modal-modal yang memang kita bisa terapkan di sini, baik dari gambar, kemudian tulisan, link website dan lain sebagainya, video kita bisa buat di sini. Terus bagusnya lagi, ini nggak perlu dicetak. Jadi ini bisa berbentuk digital, bisa mahasiswa kita membaca secara langsung di linknya yang nanti kita bagikan. Kemudian bisa juga ini di-download dalam bentuk EPUB yang bisa diterapkan dalam pembelajaran. Itu pun bisa diakses secara offline. Yang menarik dari buku ini, jadi memang semua yang ada di sini itu kita bisa membantu mahasiswa dengan gambar, kemudian kalau memang bisa diperjelas dengan video. Kalau memang ada mahasiswa yang malas membaca misalkan, kita bisa sediakan link audionya di sini. Saya sudah sediakan link audio yang memang kita tinggal klik saja, mereka akan bisa mendengarkan ataupun bahkan kita bisa masukkan penjelasan yang ada di sini.
Atau pemetaan pada bidang geometri adalah pemetaan bijektif dari suatu
Ini salah satu
titik
modal
pada
yang
bidang
bisa
ke titik
dimasukkan
lain
dalam
bidang yang
kreator,
sama.
yaitu
Transformasi
memasukkan
tidak hanya berlaku
audio.
pada titik, tapi dapat juga pada kumpulan
Jadi ketika
titik
mahasiswa kita yang
dari
malas
suatu bidang
membaca
tertentu.
bisa diakomodir dengan
Dua,
ini. Tapi bukan berarti
pemetaan
malas
atau
membaca kita
fungsi
biarkan
dari
begitu saja
himpunan
ya.
A ke himpunan B
Oke.
adalah pemasukan.
Selanjutnya terkait dengan video pembelajaran. Ini masih gambar-gambar. Ya, nanti bentuknya seperti ini. Jadi kita bisa mendesain memang dalam buku kita yang akan digunakan mahasiswa-mahasiswa kita atau siswa-siswa kita, video apa yang harus kita tonton. Kenapa ini penting? Karena kalau kita membiarkan mahasiswa kita untuk men-share begitu saja atau mencari begitu saja, apalagi anak-anak kita hanya kita biarkan cari pembelajaran tentang bilangan bulat. Mungkin ketika pembelajaran bulat, video yang ditampilkan pada saat pertama dicari mungkin bilangan bulat, tapi setelah itu akan lanjut dengan video-video yang mungkin tidak sesuai dengan yang kita harapkan. Bahkan bisa jadi video-video yang negatif. Jadi dengan proses pembelajaran yang kita siapkan videonya seperti ini, kita desain memang video yang kita mau gunakan yang mana, kemudian kita bisa memilihnya baik 1, 2, atau 3, sehingga proses pembelajaran ini akan lebih terarah. Kemudian yang paling penting, seperti yang dijelaskan oleh Pak Dr. Kristiawan tadi, di YouTube itu banyak sekali ilmu pengetahuan yang memang bisa diakses oleh siswa. Daripada siswa-siswa kita atau mahasiswa kita hari-hari hanya mengakses TikTok, kemudian video-video lucu. Jadi dalam proses pembelajaran memang kita siapkan sebuah tontonan yang memang mendukung dan bisa meningkatkan pengetahuan bagi mereka. Mungkin itu saja Ibu Waude, Ibu moderator. Mohon maaf sekali lagi saya tidak menggunakan bahasa Inggris.
Baik, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for sharing your research with us, Dr. Kandidat Ari Anang Setio, SPD MPD. Okay. Moving right along, I invite participants to ask questions. You can send your question to the chat. or you can use bahasa, so I will translate it for you. Jadi Bapak Ibu yang ingin bertanya atau menyampaikan pertanyaan terkait dengan presentasi yang sudah ditampilkan oleh Profesor Nofri dan juga Bapak Ari tadi, silakan boleh ditekan tombol raise hand atau bisa langsung menuliskan pertanyaannya pada our chat kita di Zoom. Baik. Oke. Well, sambil kita menunggu jawab pertanyaan yang akan diberikan dari partisipan, I will show you the certificate of appreciation for Profesor Novianti Jafri first. Boleh ditunjukkan sertifikatnya? Yes. So this is the certificate of appreciation for our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Novianti Jafri, for your time and your effort to give us great insightful information and great presentation. And next, for Bapak Ari, Dr. Kandidat Ari Anang. Well, this is another certificate for Dr. Ari Anang Setio. Thank you very much for all your effort dan juga waktu yang sudah diberikan Bapak Ari. Dan now, well, I think there's no question so far. So now, finally, it is the end of our discussion, and once again I would like to thank all the amazing keynote speakers for the time and effort, and also for all participants for your great enthusiasm. Thank you. But we still have a parallel session for the presenter that will be assigned to the breakout meeting. Thank you. Jadi Bapak Ibu, ini adalah akhir dari sesi diskusi untuk sesi ketiga dari presenter dari keynote speaker kita, dan sekarang kita akan berpindah pada parallel session di mana akan ada presenter yang akan mempresentasikan result, mempresentasikan hasil research dalam breakout room. So yes, let's wait the panitia untuk memasukkan para peserta ke dalam breakout room. Bagaimana Pak? Sudah disiapkan breakout room-nya?
Bu Ode.
Or we will have a short break before ya. Kita akan break dulu begitu Pak?
Ya, kita break dulu sambil menyiapkan. Kita break dulu sebentar sambil kita siapkan, mungkin sekitar 5 menit. Jadi Bapak Ibu peserta dan juga partisipan untuk presenter, kami harapkan bisa menunggu. Kita mungkin tidak breakout room karena memang cuma 5 presenter saja, dan kami berikan waktu hanya maksimal 10 menit, ya paling molor 15 menit. Kita sama-sama menyaksikan sajian daripada presenter yang akan berlangsung sebentar. Mungkin seperti itu Bu. Kita break 5 menit dulu, kita siapkan. Untuk yang pertama, saya akan panggil, mudah-mudahan beliau ada di sini. Ibu Ika Febriani. Kemudian dilanjutkan Ibu Mailiani Safitri, dilanjutkan dengan Bapak Syarifuddin, kemudian dilanjutkan dengan Bapak Wahid Khairul Ihsan, dan yang terakhir Ibu Yunita Hatibi. Seperti itu. Kami silakan untuk mempersiapkan diri sambil kita break sebentar. Untuk panitia yang memandu kegiatan parallel session, kami silakan. Ibu Ika, ada Ibu Ika? Oke. Halo Ibu Ika. Bapak Ibu presenter, kami harapkan untuk bersiap-siap. Oke, yang sudah siap Ibu Yunita ya. Boleh Ibu Yunita duluan? Saya buat Ibu jadi co-host dulu.
Oke, saya coba screen. Screen share. Share.
Baik.
Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Ya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Is it clear? Very clear. How about my voice? Is it clear? Hello? Thank you for the chance it's given to me to present my result of research. Okay, my presentation today is about the learning instruction and teaching English by using digital platforms, international conference. As we know that the growing of using digital platforms is very fast today, so everyone have digital, especially for handphone, and everyone use it in all their needs, especially in teaching and learning process. But unfortunately, some teachers, students, and administrators didn't ready to use digital platforms for teaching, especially in administration of teaching English. So they found some problems in using digital platforms, and it resulted for the students' achievement in learning English. In this slide, we can see there are some distractions. The result of distractions can find in subjects, students, research, and strategy in teaching English. In subject, actually this is a theory of learning instructions, digital platforms. I derived from Meyer, Choi, and blah blah blah, and ChatGPT, because in using digital platform, it's need a creativity of learning too, and it's effect to the result of teaching and learning process. In this research, I use descriptive research, and
I have found that the learning destruction in subjects, I have found there are complexity and redundancy of material because when the students use digital platforms in learning English, they try to find subjects in any uh, digital platforms such as social media or YouTube, Twitter, uh, and social media, the other social media. So they found a complexity and redundancy subjects, and it uh, give effect for seductive detail effect, and it affected to the overload cognition of subjects. Of course, it will affect to the teaching strategy and teaching media too. And for the students, I have found some learning destruction for their safety, security too, and their ability. In their ability, uh, it have a relation between their skills and creativity too. But as we know that they are harmful use in digital platforms can affect to their safety and security. Because some cases in Gorontalo have crucial cases, and it's because of the wrong use in digital platforms. Next, in teaching strategy, I have found their skills and creativity. So, in using digital platforms, the teacher is not only the teacher, but also uh, they also facilitator and moderator for the teaching and learning process. And in results, uh, it's effect to the students and program too. So I have found that the using of digital platforms is very useful, but there are some harmful for the students too. So for the program too. Next, I have found for the result in teaching and learning process, I have found there are 75% of participations. They use digital platforms, and for assignment, I have found 80% for students who use digital platforms, and in during their midterm, they are 80% use digital platforms, and final test they use 75% of students use digital platforms, but they consider that uh, they have learning distractions when they found their material is overloaded, and sometimes they have learning distractions when they learn about the subjects and seen the other material is not correct to the subject, so they have uh, wasting time to see movie and etc. So they have uh, learning attraction is changed. I think that's all. Especially for the programs, there are some theory that I have found from this research. I have found that the learning distractions is really needed to know, especially for the lecturer or the teachers. So when we found some learning distraction, we can solve some cases of using digital platform in online teaching. In applying using digital platforms, when we know about some cases about the learning disruptions, we can solve some problems that students found in using digital platforms in using online learning. I think that's all. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Bu Yunita. One question. Bapak Ibu, satu pertanyaan, ada yang mau ditanyakan? Silakan. Kalau tidak ada, kita lanjut dulu ke Ibu Ika Febriani. Nah. Halo Ibu Ika, bisa dengar suara saya? Oke, kalau belum respon, saya langsung saja ke Pak Syarifuddin. Silakan Pak Syarifuddin. Pak Syarifuddin, silakan. Halo Pak. Pak Syarifuddin. Saya sudah mempersilahkan Bapak untuk unmute Pak. Diterima Pak, saya sudah mengklik. Halo Pak, bagaimana? Halo Pak. Silakan Pak, silakan. Kayaknya putus-putus nih Pak ya. Saya coba bantu share PPT-nya Pak ya. Coba Bapak kondisikan untuk audionya. Panitia, coba dibantu Pak Syarifuddin.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Silakan Pak.
Oke Pak, saya coba memulai. Halo. Halo Pak.
Silakan Pak, silakan. Lanjutkan Pak.
Halo.
Kalau bisa di-share
Ya,
sendiri.
halo Pak. Sorry. Oke, I'll try to
Recording in progress.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So sorry, we have a trouble with our side now. Okay, I try to center to be. Okay, here I will to present our research title about use of quick switching and chords missing in the context of pedagogical translation at SMA Negeri 1 Aceh. Okay, Pak Ari, you listen me?
Yes, Pak. Yes. Lanjut, Pak. Lanjut.
Okay, thanks for the moderator. We start from table of contents. Is the first one is introduction, and the second one theoretical orientation, and the third one research methodology. Ladies and gentlemen, we start from introduction. In teaching English as foreign language, the teacher should be able to manage the classroom well. The teacher should be creative and manage the classroom.
Recording in progress.
Halo, Pak. Ada masalah, Pak?
Oke, Pak. Ada masalah di jaringan ini, Pak. Sedikit, Pak.
Presentasinya keluar nih, Pak, ya.
Iya, keluar dia. Oke, saya coba ulang kembali. We start from introduction. In teaching English as foreign language, the teachers should be able to manage the classroom well, and then the teachers should be creative and manage the classroom on stage. Teaching is showing or helping students to learn how to do something, giving instruction in the study of something, providing with language and causing to know understand. It means that the teacher must make the student feel comfort and interest in studying subject, especially English, by using a creative technique so the student will focus on learning process. And the review of literature. who states that translation is replacement of textual material in one language by equivalent textual material in another language. And the second one, approach in translation according to Newmark, 1988, page 21. There are two approaches in translation. They are first one, start translating sentence by sentence, and the second one, read the whole text 2 or 3 times. And the third, on pedagogical translation. In pedagogical translation, it's mean that basically instrumental is so far as the translated text is a mere tool to improve student in second language proficiency. And the last one, the role of pedagogical translation in foreign language learning. The role that translation play in the teaching and learning of a foreign language has overcome three different states: predominance, rejection, of progressive restatement, Jabal Biscuit 1980, Alcarozo Lopez and Lovers Fernando 2014. Next slide, Pak. Please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we continue in chapter 1, yeah. We're talking about the scope of study, yeah. The scope of study, the data are analysis based on POPLAC 1980, page 581. Differentiates three types of code switching based on the juncture or the scope switching where language takes place, namely intra-essential switching, and the second inter-essential switching, and the last text switching. We continue to the limitation of the problem. Limitation of the problem is with what type of code switching and code missing are frequently used on EFL teachers' communication in classroom. And then the reason code switching and code missing are used. And the objective of the study to identify the type of code switching and code missing, and to evaluate the reason of code switching and code missing. And significance of study, it tells about the study expected to be useful practically and theoretically. In theoretically, we tell about give a good contribution for education practitioners to be a reflection of treat bilingual class and can be used to make how far we treated our student in bilingual circumstance. And frantically, by showing this research, the teacher can use code switching in delivering their subject in bilingual circumstance. And next slide, Pak. Okay. Chapter 2, we take a theory by Gisels 1992, seated in Duran 1994. Code switching and code missing occur in the community for two reasons. The first, the speaker can merely communicate with the target language, and the second, the first communication objectives. And the second theory, according to Kajafi Canton 2007, is tell about ability to select the language according to the interlocutor in the situational context, the topic of conversation, and so forth, and to change language within an interaction or sequence in accordance with social linguistic rules and without violating grammatical constraint. And the last, we tell about research methodology. Research methodology, we start from the first research design. Research design, I choose descriptive qualitative method. And the research subject, the subject of the research are the second class of SMA Negeri 1 Pulau Banyak, senior high school student. And then we put the collecting data, observation, and interview. We choose technique of analyzing the data. The first one, data reduction and data display, and the last conclusion, drawing on verification. And trustworthiness, we put data triangulation and impure debriefing. And so that I continue in findings, yeah. In the findings, during the researcher's classroom observation, the researcher discovered example of code missing and code switching employed by in the process of teaching and learning. In the study, the researcher defines the finding into categories: code missing in the form of a word and code missing in the form of phrase, while code switching in terms of interlanguage or English to Indonesia and Indonesia to English, and in language from formal and informal language, as well as the factor influencing the use of code missing and code switching in classroom interaction by English teacher. And they conclude that is we find of the research are expected to help English teacher in analyzing their student need and language proficiencies so that they can code switch and for their native language to foreign language without wrong. The student will find difficulty in understanding the teacher explanation. So we continue in conclusion. Okay, Pak. The last presentation, we tell about the purpose of this study is to investigate the phenomenon of code missing and code switching in teachers' classroom interaction. The goal of the research, according to Nawawi and Martini 1994, concerning descriptive qualitative approach is to gain a better understanding of the background of personal individuals, particularly their use of language in communication. And we, following this research, the research came to the following conclusion: a language main purpose to facilitate communication. As a language user, you will never be able to separate language from people because language and people complement each other. People daily communication quickly reveal the phenomenon of code missing and code switching. This phenomenon occurs because in today's world, most people are fluent in multiple languages. In general, code missing and code switching can occur in oral communication, such as during the teaching and learning process in the classroom, as seen in the researcher study of the teacher communication. The researcher discovered form of code missing and code switching after conducting investigation. And in the teaching and learning process, English teachers use a variety of code missing techniques. There are two types of code missing found in this study. They are code missing in the form of word and code missing in the form of phrase. Meanwhile, there are four types of code switching found in the study, namely text switching, intrasential switching, and intersential switching, and intra-word switching. I think that's all for our presentation today. I will back to moderator. I'm so sorry because I have a trouble for our signal. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Syarifuddin. Any question? Bapak Ibu, ada yang mau ditanyakan? Silakan. Sambil menunggu pertanyaan, saya panggil presenter yang selanjutnya. Ibu Ika ataupun yang lain yang sudah hadir, kami silakan. Boleh raise hand supaya bisa kita kontrol. Sekali lagi, Bapak Ibu sebagai presenter yang sudah hadir di Zoom, kami silahkan. Ada 5 orang yang sudah mendaftar sebagai presenter. Ini baru 2 orang yang sudah oral, sudah menyampaikan. Ada Bapak Ibu? Kalau tidak ada, mungkin ada yang mau bertanya, silakan. Yang belum presentasi Ibu Meilani Safitri, kemudian Bapak Wahid Khairul Ihsan, dan Ibu Ika.
Baik, Bapak, saya mungkin bisa Pak, Pak Wahid Khairul Ihsan, Bapak.
Oke, siap Pak, silakan Pak.
Untuk selanjutnya mungkin yang sudah saya kirim bisa saya tampilkan sendiri atau bagaimana, Pak?
Boleh ditampilkan kalau bisa Pak.
Saya bisa beralih ke Pak ya, mohon maaf, bisa beralih ke laptop Bapak ya. Mohon maaf sebelumnya.
Boleh silakan Pak, silakan.
Sebentar Pak, saya masuk dulu Pak.
Bapak Ibu sambil menunggu yang lain, bagi presenter silakan, mungkin kalau memang belum saya jadikan co-host bisa saya. Bisa Pak? Ibu Ika. Ibu Ika presenter Bu ya.
bisa saya mungkin saya bisa untuk ke hostnya saya Pak Wakid Bapak.
Baik Pak, 10 menit dari sekarang kami silakan Pak.
Baik Bapak, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, nama saya Wakid Khairul Ikhwan. Saya ingin mempresentasikan artikel saya, yaitu Representing Value of Modus Foxing Literary Based Development Wisdom, atau ini adalah representasi katanya nilai nyanyian rakyat Madura sebagai literasi dalam pembentukan karakter kearifan lokal. Pendahuluan saya bahwasanya eksistensi nyanyian lagu rakyat Madura mulai ditinggalkan masyarakat Madura karena anak-anak dan remaja lebih mengedepankan aplikasi yang berbentuk digital, sehingga nyanyian-nyanyian itu mulai ditinggal. Padahal kalau kita lihat bahwasanya nyanyian rakyat Madura itu mempunyai nilai-nilai kearifan lokal yang sangat luar biasa untuk membentuk karakter masyarakat dan terutama untuk anak-anak dan remaja. Untuk penelitian saya menggunakan penelitian metode deskripsi kualitatif, metode yang saya pilih menggunakan angket, interview, struktur wawancara dan seterusnya. Kemudian pengumpul data ada dan sebagainya yang berupa model pembelajaran dan sebagainya. Karena pada prinsipnya dengan adanya penelitian ini setidaknya nyanyian rakyat yang dijadikan literasi untuk anak-anak di sekolah. Karena dengan demikian, terutama untuk masyarakat di Madura atau pendidikan di Madura ini setidaknya bisa membantu dalam pembentukan karakter lokal masyarakat di Madura dengan nyanyian lokal, nyanyian khas Madura. Kemudian pembahasan dari beberapa analisis yang sudah saya bahas, saya membahas beberapa nyanyian rakyat Madura, di antaranya ada 10 nyanyian yang saya analisis. Di dalam pembahasan itu ada 5 nilai yang saya dapatkan. Satu adalah nilai religius, yaitu bahwasanya di dalam nyanyian itu banyak mengandung doa, dan terutama untuk mencari ilmu keagamaan, karena pada prinsipnya bagi kebiasaan masyarakat di Madura itu anak-anak kalau misalnya sudah dewasa lebih cenderung dimasukkan ke madrasah atau lebih mereka belajar mengaji daripada ke umumnya. Nah, ini salah satu sebenarnya karakter sebenarnya, tapi di satu sisi ada nilai negatifnya karena bisa membangun karakter anak. Yang kedua adalah nilai kebudayaan, bahwasanya di dalam lagu yang kumpulan lagu yang saya dapatkan ada budaya kerapan sapi yang menjadi khas budaya masyarakat Madura. Yang kedua adalah ini ada kaitannya kebiasaan masyarakat Madura yang menggunakan sarung. Nah, Bapak Ibu kalau ke Madura dan sebagainya, kalau di pasar ataupun di tempat teman, kalau melihat ada masyarakat memakai sarung itu biasa. Itu sarung itu melekat dengan masyarakat Madura kan itu. Kemudian yang ketiga ada nilai perjuangan tentang perjuangan tokoh, yaitu tokoh Tokmojoyo dan Pangencakanningrat 4, yang di dalam cerita lagu itu mereka adalah pahlawan yang sangat diidolakan bagi masyarakat Madura, bahkan keberaniannya sangat dicontoh oleh masyarakat Madura. Mereka gagah perkasa dengan berjuang mengusir penjajah. Kemudian yang keempat adalah nilai historis, ya, yaitu nilai historis yaitu sama dengan lagu yang di atas tadi, tokoh kepahlawanan, kemudian dan cerita historis Pangeran Cakanningrat 4. Kemudian yang kelima adalah nilai sosial, digambarkan bahwasanya lagu-lagu anak, terutama lagu-lagu yang digunakan untuk permain anak, ini memberikan nilai-nilai kebersamaan ketika mereka bermain dan sebagainya sambil menyanyikan lagu Madura, itu mempunyai ada nilai sosial yang berupa nilai kebersamaan. Itu hasil pembahasan yang sudah saya temukan. Penutup dari materi saya adalah bahwasanya nilai-nilai dalam nyanyian rakyat Madura ini ada beberapa, ada nilai religius, nilai budaya, nilai perjuangan, nilai historis, dan nilai sosial. Nah, di dalam nyanyian rakyat itu bisa dijadikan sebagai literasi dalam pembangunan karakter masyarakat Madura. Demikian Bapak yang bisa saya sampaikan, kurang lebihnya saya mohon maaf. Saya akhiri dulu. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik, terima kasih Pak Wahid. Menarik sekali mengkaji tentang nyanyian daerah Pak ya. Oke, Bapak Ibu, ada yang mau ditanyakan? Kami silakan, Bapak Ibu. Sambil menunggu, saya coba panggil kembali sisa 2 presenter yang belum menyajikan makalahnya. Yang pertama Ibu Ika Febriani, kemudian Ibu Meilani Safitri. Apakah sudah ada di Zoom? Sekali lagi saya panggil Ibu Ika Febriani dan Ibu Meilani Safitri. Kalau tidak ada, ini ada Ibu Ika. Ini Ibu Ika yang mau presenter bukan ya? Saya sudah jadikan co-host juga. Baik, Bapak Ibu, kalau memang tidak ada, nanti saya sampaikan aja kepada presenter untuk mengganti presentasinya. Silakan dibuatkan video 10 menit untuk kita jadikan laporan. Sekali lagi, saya panggil untuk panggilan terakhir. Tidak ada. Untuk daftar hadir, silahkan mengisi daftar hadirnya. Seperti yang saya sampaikan di grup WA peserta, untuk peserta yang tidak membayar tapi mengikuti sampai akhir, kita akan sediakan 50 sertifikat. Tapi untuk yang mengisi daftar hadir yang saya bagikan sebentar. Tidak ada? Kalau tidak ada, kita akhiri saja sesi paralel ini. Selanjutnya kami kembalikan ke Ibu Moderator, Ibu Waude. Silakan Ibu.
Baik, thank you very much Bapak Ari for the great guidance during the parallel session. Ladies and gentlemen, finally we have come to the end of our international seminar that we have started from this morning to this late afternoon. Thank you very much for all the keynote speakers, all participants. So far, we still have 60 more people. That's really amazing because you have stayed until the end of our international seminar. And also for my best committee, thank you very much for all your effort, for all your hard work. So this event can happen and is make this event possible. I also want to apologize for all the inconvenience that happened during this seminar. And from me, I will say thank you very much and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Goodbye, everyone. See you next seminar next year. Thank you. Goodbye, everyone.
Terima kasih Bu Waude. Bapak Ibu peserta, kami silakan mengisi daftar hadir yang sudah saya bagikan. Sekali lagi kami panitia mengucapkan terima kasih atas partisipasi Bapak Ibu. Mohon maaf juga atas segala kekurangan dan juga kelemahan-kelemahan yang sudah terjadi dalam kegiatan ini. Mewakili panitia dan juga Prodi Dr. Pendidikan Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, kami mengucapkan terima kasih dan saya akhiri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Semoga kita bisa ketemu di sesi-sesi yang lain. Untuk sertifikat dan lain-lain, mudah-mudahan kita akan selesaikan hari ini, tapi mungkin malam ya Bapak Ibu, kecuali untuk presenter. Kalau presenter sudah fix, saya sudah jadikan, tapi kalau untuk peserta nanti saya cek dengan rekap daftar hadirnya juga. Begitu saja, terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih kembali Pak Ari Nasution.
Boleh kita mungkin bercakap-cakap. Pak Rahmat mungkin di stop recordnya. Mungkin ada yang mau dikonfirmasi Bapak Ibu terkait satu dan lain hal, kami silakan.